Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been hesitant to share this for months now, but I need to get it off my chest. I still can't sleep with my closet door open, and I've moved my bed to the opposite wall. My parents think I'm being dramatic, but they didn't see what I saw. This happened last summer during a heat wave in Melbourne. We'd been having those sticky, unbearable nights where you wake up drenched in sweat no matter how many fans you have going. I was 15 at the time, and my bedroom was set up with my bed against the back wall, directly facing my closet about 8 feet away. I never thought much about this arrangement until that night. I remember waking up around 2 in the morning, my shirt sticking to my chest with sweat. The heat was suffocating, even though it was technically nighttime. I figured it was just another hot Australian summer night, nothing unusual. I got up, feeling that weird vulnerability you get when walking around your house in the dark, and turned on the standing fan in the corner of my room. The whirring sound was comforting in the silence. I asked my Google Home to play my sleep playlist, just some lo-fi beats I used to drown out the neighborhood noises. Hey Google, play my sleep playlist. The little light ring pulsed, and the music started playing softly. I remember thinking how grateful I was for technology in that moment. I crawled back into bed, pulling just the sheet over me. That's when I first felt it. This weird sensation like someone was watching me. You know that feeling when the hairs on your arms stand up for no reason? It was exactly like that. I looked around my room, but everything was in its place. My school bag slumped in the corner, my desk cluttered with half-finished homework, posters of bands on the walls catching weird shadows from the blue light of my Google Home. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just late, and everyone gets weird thoughts at 2 a.m., right? I closed my eyes and tried to focus on the music, eventually drifting off despite the heat and that lingering uneasiness. The next time I woke up, it was 3:50 in the morning. I remember checking the digital clock on my nightstand. I was still sweating, which was strange because the fan was still going full blast, pointed right at me. That's when I realized something was off. The music had stopped. Complete silence except for the whirring of the fan. I glanced over at my Google Home on the bedside table and saw it was displaying an error message. Something about no Wi-Fi connection. We have pretty reliable internet, so this was unusual, but I was too exhausted to get up and reset the router. I just lay there blinking in the dim blue light from the device, trying to will myself back to sleep. That's when I made the mistake of shifting my eyes toward my closet. At first, I thought I was seeing things. You know how your eyes play tricks on you in the dark? I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, but when I opened my eyes again, it was still there. A face, peering out from between the partially open closet doors. It wasn't immediately terrifying, which somehow made it worse. It was just watching me, a completely flat, expressionless face, not angry or menacing, just observing. I couldn't make out many details in the darkness, just the pale outline and the eyes. Fixed directly on mine, I tried to convince myself I was dreaming or hallucinating from the heat. I pinched my arm hard enough to leave a mark, which was still there the next morning. I even whispered, "Wake up," to myself. But I was already awake. This was happening, and that's when everything went from unsettling to absolutely horrifying. As if it knew I had confirmed I was awake, the expression on the face changed. The blank stare morphed into a smile, not a friendly smile, but something wide and wrong, stretching far beyond what a human mouth should be capable of. The kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes, which remained cold and fixed on me. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't scream. My voice was just gone. My body finally caught up with what my brain was processing, and I sat bolt upright in bed, my fight or flight response kicking in hard. I was ready to either bolt for the door or grab the heavy trophy from my desk to defend myself. The moment I sat up, there was a soft thudding sound from inside the closet, like something had fallen over. The closet doors, which had been partially open, suddenly swung shut. At the exact same instant, my Google Home made the little chime sound it makes when it reconnects to the internet, and my playlist resumed at full volume, nearly giving me a heart attack on top of everything else. The sudden blast of music at 4 in the morning brought my parents running. My dad burst in first, flipping on the light switch, with my mom right behind him. I must have looked absolutely terrified, because their annoyed expressions immediately changed to concern. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" My mom sat on the edge of my bed while my dad checked around the room. I told them everything: the face, the smile, the closet doors closing, the Google Home disconnecting and reconnecting. I expected them to dismiss it as a nightmare, but they didn't. I think something in my voice or expression convinced them I wasn't making it up or dreaming it. My dad checked the closet thoroughly, moving clothes aside and looking in all the corners. Of course, there was nothing there. Just my clothes and shoes and some boxes of old toys. He checked under the bed too, and behind the curtains, and even looked out the window to see if someone could have been playing a prank somehow. Nothing. My mum suggested it might have been a reflection from outside, maybe headlights from a passing car, creating a face-like shadow. But that didn't explain the smile, or the closet doors closing, or the Wi-Fi disconnecting exactly during the encounter. I refused to sleep in my room that night. We dragged my mattress into my parents' room, and I slept on their floor like I was 8 years old again. I didn't care how childish it seemed. There was no way I was spending another minute in that room until daylight. The next morning, about 10 hours after it happened, I was still shaken. I went back to my room with my dad to check everything in the daylight. Nothing was out of place. The Google Home worked perfectly. The closet was just a closet, but something felt different about the space, like it had been invaded. I keep thinking about questions I can't answer. What if I hadn't woken up? Was it watching me sleep before I noticed it? Was the sweating some kind of warning sign from my body that something was wrong? And most disturbing, why had the Wi-Fi disconnected from the Google Home during the encounter and reconnected precisely when the entity disappeared? My parents helped me rearrange my room that day. We moved my bed to the wall opposite the closet so I wouldn't have to face it while trying to sleep. I've also started keeping the closet doors firmly shut with a chair propped against them at night. My mum bought me some sage to burn in the room, which made me feel a little better, even though I'm not sure I believe in that stuff. It's been 3 months now, and nothing like that has happened again. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just a particularly vivid half-dream, something my brain conjured up in that space between sleeping and waking. But then I remember the specific sequence of events, the Wi-Fi disconnecting, the face changing when it realized I was awake, the thump in the closet, the doors closing, and the Wi-Fi reconnecting all at once. It was too coordinated, too deliberate. I've researched similar experiences online, and there are plenty of stories about shadow people and entities that watch from dark corners. Some theories suggest they feed on fear, or that they're interdimensional beings that can only partially manifest in our reality. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that something was in my closet that night. Something that wasn't human was watching me sleep, and when I caught it, it reacted. It knew I could see it. And sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I still feel like something is watching me, waiting for me to lower my guard again. I keep my Google Home on a different outlet now, with a backup battery. If it disconnects again, I'll know, and I won't be caught off guard next time. Story 2. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me last March. It's been over a year, and I haven't shared this with anyone outside my family because I know how it sounds, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I live in Blackwater Creek, a small town where not much happens. Last year, I was taking the shuttle bus to visit my cousin in Riverdale, about 4 hours away. It was a Thursday afternoon, March 11th, 2021. I remember the date clearly because I'd been planning this trip for weeks. My first solo journey since the pandemic, restrictions had eased in our area. The shuttle wasn't crowded when I boarded, just an elderly couple in the front, a middle-aged woman with headphones a few seats ahead of me, and a college guy typing furiously on his laptop across the aisle. I chose a window seat near the back, put my backpack beside me to discourage anyone from sitting there. I know, kind of selfish, but I was hoping for some space. And settled in for the long ride. I must have fallen asleep about an hour into the journey. I hadn't slept well the night before. Combination of excitement and anxiety about traveling alone. The gentle rocking of the bus and the steady hum of the engine knocked me right out. When I woke up, I felt that disoriented confusion you get when you don't remember falling asleep. The quality of light had changed. It was that golden late afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows. My neck was stiff from leaning against the window, and I had that gross, dry drool feeling at the corner of my mouth. Classy, I know. As I blinked myself awake, I realized two things simultaneously. There was a man sitting in the seat directly in front of me who hadn't been there before, and my backpack was now on the floor between my feet. Someone was sitting next to me. I turned to look, trying not to be obvious about it, and saw a young woman, maybe in her 20s. She had this gorgeous dark hair braided in an intricate style I've never been able to master myself. Her skin was smooth and had this warm glow to it, like she'd just come back from a tropical vacation. She wore a light blue dress with small white flowers on it, the kind of vintage style that's coming back in fashion now. But what struck me most were her eyes. They were this unusual shade of amber brown, with these tiny gold flecks that caught the light. I only know one other person who had eyes like that, my great-grandmother. The woman smiled at me, and I felt this weird jolt of recognition. Though I was certain I'd never met her before, I would have remembered someone who looked like her. "Young lady, do you know who I am?" she asked. Her voice was soft with this slight accent I couldn't place, but it felt so familiar it made my skin tingle. I shook my head, feeling strangely breathless. "I'm your Nana that raised you when you were little." My heart literally skipped a beat. I'm not using that as a figure of speech. I physically felt my heart stutter in my chest. Because my great-grandmother, my Nana, had helped raise me while my mom worked 2 jobs. She'd lived with us until I was about 10 years old, and she was the person I'd been closest to in the world until she passed away in 2013 when I was 10. But this woman beside me couldn't be my Nana. My Nana had been in her 80s when she died. The oldest photo I'd ever seen of her was from when she was in her 40s, and even then, she looked much older than this woman. "That's not possible," I said, my voice coming out in a whisper. "My Nana died 8 years ago." The woman's smile deepened, and she reached out to touch my hand. Her skin was warm, not cold like you might expect from a ghost or whatever, but warm and soft and so very real. "I know it's hard to understand," she said, "but it's me, Eliza. It's your Nana." She knew my name. Of course, maybe she'd heard someone call me that, or maybe she'd looked at the tag on my backpack. There could be logical explanations, but then she said, "Remember how you used to sit on my lap while I braided your hair and told you stories about the old country? How you always asked for the one about the girl and the magic hummingbird?" A chill ran through me. Nobody knew about that story. It wasn't a famous fairy tale or anything. It was something my Nana had made up, or at least I'd always thought she had. We'd never written it down. I'd tried to tell it to my little cousins once, but I couldn't remember all the details, so I gave up. "And remember that time you broke my favorite teacup, the one with the pink roses, and you were so scared to tell me? But you came to me crying anyway, and I told you that things can be replaced, but honesty cannot." I started to cry. I couldn't help it. That had happened when I was about 6 years old, and it wasn't something I'd ever told anyone about. It was just a small moment between me and my Nana. The strange thing was, looking at this young woman, I could see my Nana in her features. The shape of her eyes, the way one corner of her mouth lifted slightly higher than the other when she smiled, the small mole just below her right ear that I used to think was a chocolate chip when I was very little. "How is this possible?" I asked, wiping at my tears. "You look so young." "Time works differently where I am now," she said simply, as if that explained everything. The man in the seat ahead of us shifted, and I noticed for the first time that he was wearing an old-fashioned suit, the kind you see in photographs from the 1940s or 50s. He didn't turn around, but I had the distinct impression he was listening to our conversation. My Nana, because somehow, impossibly, I knew it really was her, squeezed my hand. "I can't stay long, but I wanted to see you. You've grown into such a beautiful young woman." "I miss you so much," I said, my voice breaking. "Everyone does. Mom still makes your banana bread recipe every Christmas, even though none of us can get it quite right." She laughed, and it was her laugh, that warm, slightly husky sound, that always made me feel safe. "That's because your mother always rushes. The secret is in the patience." We talked for what felt like both hours and mere minutes. She asked about everyone in the family, nodding as if she already knew the answers but wanted to hear them from me anyway. She didn't seem surprised when I told her about my brother's new baby or my cousin's wedding. She asked about my plans for college, and I told her I'd been accepted to state for the fall. "You'll do well there," she said with such certainty that I believed her. "You always had a good head on your shoulders." I had so many questions I wanted to ask her, about death, about what came after, about why she'd come back now, but I found I couldn't form the words. It was like some part of me understood that those weren't questions she could answer, or maybe that I wasn't ready to hear the answers. Instead, I just soaked in her presence, trying to memorize every detail of her face, her voice, the weight of her hand in mine. There was a strange quality to the light around her, almost like she was slightly more in focus than everything else on the bus, or maybe like she was lit from within. Then the bus began to slow down, and the driver announced we were approaching Mill Creek Station. The man in front of us stood up, gathering a leather briefcase that looked as vintage as his suit. My Nana stood too. "I have to go now," she said. Panic flared in my chest. "No, please don't leave. Not yet." She smiled, that same smile she used to give me when I was little and didn't want to go to bed. "Be strong, wear a smile, and carry on," she said, leaning down to kiss my forehead. Those words hit me like a physical blow. "Till the lights of London shine again." That was her favorite song from World War II. She used to sing it when I was little. And later, when she got older and her voice wasn't so strong anymore, she would just quote that line whenever she said goodbye to anyone in the family. "Don't you cry when I'm gone, wear a smile and carry on." "How will I know if I ever see you again?" I asked, desperate to hold on to her for just a moment longer. "You'll know," she said simply. "Take care of yourself, Eliza." And then she was moving down the aisle behind the man in the suit. I wanted to follow her, but I felt frozen in place, like my body wouldn't respond to my commands. I watched as she stepped off the bus, her blue dress bright against the grey of the station platform. The strangest part, the part that still makes me question my sanity sometimes, is what happened next. The man in the suit walked toward the station building, but my Nana just stood there on the platform, looking back at the bus. She raised her hand in a small wave, and then she faded, not walked away, not turned a corner, not. She literally became transparent and then vanished completely, like a light being dimmed until it goes out. I pressed my face against the window, searching the platform frantically, but she was gone. The bus pulled away from the station, and I sat back in my seat, shaking. When I reached into my pocket for a tissue to wipe my eyes, I found something that hadn't been there before. A small, smooth stone, dark blue with flecks of white, exactly like the one my Nana used to carry as a good luck charm. She'd lost it about a year before she died and had been heartbroken. I still have that stone. I've shown it to my mom, told her what happened. She cried for hours. Then she dug out an old photo album none of us had looked at in years. In it was a picture I'd never seen before, my Nana as a young woman, around 20 years old, wearing a light blue dress with small white flowers on it, her hair in an intricate braid. I don't know what happened to me on that bus. Maybe it was a vivid dream, maybe a hallucination brought on by grief and exhaustion. But the stone is real, and sometimes, when I'm alone and missing her most, I could swear I hear her humming that old song, telling me to be strong, wear a smile and carry on. Story 3. I never really believed in ghosts, not until we moved into my mother-in-law's house. It's been 3 months since Gloria passed away, and I still catch myself expecting to see her sitting in her favorite chair by the window when I walk into the living room. My wife Sarah and our kids decided to move into the house after Gloria's passing. It made financial sense, the mortgage was paid off, and the property taxes in this suburb are reasonable. Plus, Sarah wanted to keep the family home. She grew up here, and the thought of strangers living in her childhood home bothered her. The first strange thing happened before we even moved in. I was staying at the house to sort through Gloria's belongings and maintain a presence while the place was technically empty. It was about 3 weeks after the funeral. I had spent the evening working on this 1,000-piece puzzle at the kitchen table, something to keep my mind occupied while sorting through her affairs. Gloria loved puzzles, and I found several unopened boxes in her closet. It felt like a nice way to honor her. I had been working by the light of this old table lamp Gloria always kept on the kitchen counter. It has this vintage glass shade with little painted flowers on it. When I finally went to bed around 11:30 that night, I deliberately left the lamp on. The house felt too quiet, too empty, and having a light on downstairs made me feel less alone. The next morning, I came downstairs to find the lamp turned off. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe I had turned it off out of habit. But then I noticed the overhead light in the adjacent room, the den where Gloria had passed away in her sleep, was on. I'm absolutely certain that light had been off the night before. I stood there in the doorway, just staring at that light, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't sleepwalked since I was a kid, and even if I had, why would I turn one light off, only to turn another one on? I finally chalked it up to stress and grief playing tricks on my mind. But that was just the beginning. After we moved in properly, Sarah, me, and our 2 teenagers, more unexplained things started happening. Small things at first, easy to dismiss. A door we'd closed would be open in the morning. Items on shelves would be in slightly different positions than where we left them. Then came the incident with the bedroom doors. We have a hallway upstairs with 4 bedrooms. One night, Sarah and I checked all the doors before going to bed. All closed. When we woke up at around 6 in the morning, every single door was wide open. Not just ajar, but fully open, as if someone had gone down the hall and deliberately pushed each one open. Our kids swore they hadn't gotten up during the night. The basement is where things got really weird. It's a typical suburban basement. Concrete floor, exposed beams, shelves lining the walls filled with boxes of Christmas decorations, old photo albums, and all the stuff that accumulates over decades of living in one place. Gloria had kept it immaculately organized, with neat labels on everything. We were still in the process of sorting through it all. One afternoon, about a month after moving in, I was down there alone, cataloging some old boxes. The house was quiet. Sarah was at work, and the kids were at school. Suddenly, I heard the distinct sound of cardboard sliding against cardboard, like someone was moving a box across the floor. It came from the far corner of the basement. I called out, thinking maybe one of the kids had come home early. "Hello, anyone there?" Nothing, just the hum of the furnace. I walked over to the corner where the sound had come from. Nothing seemed out of place. All the boxes were stacked neatly against the wall. I stood there for a minute, feeling ridiculous for being spooked. Then it happened again. The sliding sound, this time from behind me. I spun around but saw nothing unusual, just rows of Gloria's meticulously organized belongings. A few days later, Sarah was helping me organize some of Gloria's old books. We'd placed a stack on the edge of a shelf, making sure they were secure before turning away to sort through another box. Not 30 seconds later, the entire stack crashed to the floor. Neither of us was anywhere near the shelf when it happened. Maybe we didn't balance them properly, Sarah suggested, though I could tell by her expression that she didn't really believe that. Then there was the bag of vintage toys. We found it on a high shelf we hadn't yet sorted through. An old plastic bag containing these green army men and plastic cowboys and Indians. Sarah recognized them immediately as toys her brothers had played with in the 70s. We set the bag aside on another shelf to ask her brothers if they wanted them. That night, we were upstairs watching TV when we heard a crash from the basement. When we went down to investigate, the bag of toys was on the floor, its contents scattered across the concrete, as if someone had deliberately emptied it out. The shelf it had been sitting on was at least 6 feet high, with nothing nearby that could have knocked it off. The metal shelves were what finally got to me. We had these old metal wire shelving units leaning against the wall, waiting to be assembled. They'd been there for days, completely undisturbed. Sarah and I were both in the basement, on opposite sides of the room, when there was a sudden loud metallic bang, like someone had slammed their hand against the shelves. The sound was so forceful and unexpected that Sarah screamed. I rushed over to the shelves, but there was nothing there. No fallen object that could have hit them, no animal that might have knocked into them. They were exactly as we'd left them, leaning securely against the wall. "What the hell was that?" Sarah whispered. I had no explanation. The furnace wasn't running. The water heater was silent. There was absolutely nothing that could have caused that sound. But the weirdest experience happened just last week. Sarah and I were both in the basement again, going through some of Gloria's old photographs. We were about 20 feet apart, with several shelving units between us. I heard the sound of cardboard sliding across the concrete floor, the same sound I'd heard that day when I was alone. Before I could say anything, Sarah called out, "Did you just move a box?" "No," I replied. "I thought you did." We met in the middle of the basement, both looking confused. "I heard a box sliding on your side of the room," she said. "And I heard one on your side," I told her. We searched the entire basement but found nothing out of place. All the boxes were exactly where we'd left them. After weeks of these incidents, I was getting frustrated, not scared exactly. Nothing about these experiences felt threatening or malevolent, just annoying. It was like living with an invisible roommate who kept rearranging your stuff. Last Sunday, after yet another unexplained noise from the basement, this time like someone tapping on the wooden banister, I finally lost my patience. Standing at the bottom of the basement stairs, I addressed the empty room. "Gloria, would you please quit moving stuff? We're trying to get organized down here, and it doesn't help when things keep getting moved around." Sarah looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but then she smiled. "You think it's Mom?" I shrugged. Who else would be so interested in making sure we know she's still here? The strange thing is, after I said that, things quieted down for a few days. The doors stayed closed. Nothing fell off shelves. The basement remained silent. But then, just yesterday, I was going through Gloria's old recipe box in the kitchen. I found her famous apple pie recipe, the one Sarah had been looking for since we moved in. I set it aside on the counter and went to get a drink from the fridge. When I turned back, the recipe card was on the floor. As I bent to pick it up, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Written in faded pencil on the back of the card was a note. "Sarah loves this one. Make it for her birthday." I stood there holding that recipe card, feeling a chill that wasn't entirely unpleasant. Sarah's birthday, is next week. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now. Maybe there are logical explanations for everything that's happened in this house. Maybe the floors are uneven, or the shelves aren't level, or we're all just processing our grief in strange ways. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and I hear the creak of a floorboard upstairs, or when a door swings open on its own, I don't immediately look for a rational explanation anymore. Instead, I just say, "Hi, Gloria," and continue with whatever I'm doing, because if she is still here, watching over her family, making sure we find what we need exactly when we need it, well, I'm okay with that. Last night, I left that lamp on in the kitchen again. This morning, it was off, and the light in the den, her room, was on. I just smiled and said, "Good morning," to the empty room. I don't know if I'll ever understand what's happening in this house. All I know is that somehow, in some way I can't explain, Gloria is still making her presence known, and honestly, it's kind of comforting to think she's still looking out for us, even now. Story 4. I haven't told many people about this because honestly, I still can't make sense of it myself. It's been 3 months, and I still get goosebumps thinking about that night at the Airbnb in Seabrook. My buddy Jake was turning 30, and we planned this whole weekend getaway at this beachside apartment building. There were 6 of us: me, Oliver, Jake, his girlfriend Melissa, my friend Sarah, and our friends Chris and Taylor. The place was this 4-story building with different apartments on each floor. We got the one on the 2nd floor. We arrived Friday afternoon, and everything was totally normal at first. The apartment was actually pretty nice. Open kitchen and living room, 2 bedrooms, and a decent-sized balcony overlooking the water. We spent the day at the beach, had a barbecue on the balcony, and started drinking around 8. I should mention that when we arrived, I noticed the 3rd floor apartment directly above us seemed empty. I remember looking up when we were unloading our cars and seeing all the blinds closed and no lights on. I didn't think much of it at the time. By 11 that night, we were being pretty loud. Music playing, everyone talking over each other, Jake doing his terrible karaoke thing. Around midnight, we heard some thumping from above us, but not from the 3rd floor. It was coming from the 4th. Someone was banging on their floor with what sounded like a broomstick or something. We ignored it at first, but then, at around 12:30, we were out on the balcony, and suddenly water came splashing down on us from above. Not a ton, just enough to be annoying and get the message across. Jake was pretty drunk and yelled up something like, "Sorry, neighbors." The rest of us just laughed it off. Melissa told us later that the Airbnb host had mentioned in the check-in instructions that the neighbors sometimes complained about noise by splashing water down. Weird system, but whatever. We tried to keep it down after that. We kept partying but moved inside and turned the music lower. By 4:30 in the morning, most of us were ready to crash. Jake and Melissa took one bedroom, Chris and Taylor took the other. Sarah decided to sleep on the couch, and I made a spot for myself on the floor with some blankets. Our friend Ryan was still wide awake and stayed out on the balcony having a smoke and finishing his drink. I fell asleep pretty quickly despite being on the floor. I was exhausted and pretty drunk, but I couldn't have been asleep for more than an hour. At around 5:30, I started hearing this strange noise. It sounded like someone was hitting a metal barbecue grill with a ball or something solid. It was this distinct metallic ting sound. At first it was just background noise in my half-asleep state, but then I heard something that made my eyes snap open. A woman screamed, and not like a playful scream or someone joking around. This was a high-pitched, terrified scream that made my skin crawl. It sounded like it was coming from right outside our apartment door. I froze, wondering if I'd dreamed it. I laid there for maybe 30 seconds, my heart racing when it happened again, the same blood-curdling scream. This time I felt Sarah tap my shoulder from the couch. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, sitting up now. "Yeah. What the hell was that?" Ryan came in from the balcony looking confused. "Did you guys hear screaming?" That's when we all realized it wasn't in our heads. Something was happening either right outside our door or somewhere in the building. The scream came again, and it honestly sounded like it was just on the other side of our front door. Like if I opened it, I'd find someone standing right there. I remember the hair on my arms standing up, and this cold feeling washing over me. We woke up Chris, and the four of us stood in the living room, not sure what to do. Chris said he thought we should call the building manager, or maybe even the police. But then we heard more sounds. This time it was different, like something being dragged across the floor. But here's the weird part. It was coming from above us, from the 3rd floor, the supposedly empty apartment. Maybe someone's moving in, Ryan suggested, but it was 5:30 in the morning. Who moves in at that hour? We stood there listening as the dragging sound continued, and then we heard something new. What sounded exactly like marbles being dropped on a hard floor and rolling around. It was unmistakable. I used to play with marbles as a kid, and that's exactly what it sounded like. That distinctive sound of glass marbles hitting a hard surface and then rolling. What the actual fuck? Sarah whispered. Chris decided to go wake up Taylor, Jake, and Melissa. When they came out to the living room, we told them what was happening. Jake looked annoyed at first, thinking we were messing with him, but then the scream came again. It was the 4th or 5th time we'd heard it, and it still sounded like it was coming from right outside our door. Jake went pale. He walked toward the door, and I remember grabbing his arm. "Dude, don't open it," I said. "I just want to look through the peephole," he replied. He looked out and then stepped back, confused. "There's no one there." That's when we heard the marbles again, dropping and rolling across the floor above us, then more dragging. "The 3rd floor is supposed to be empty, right?" I asked. Jake nodded. "That's what the host told me. The unit above us is between renters." We all went quiet, listening. The sounds continued, dragging, then marbles dropping and rolling. There were never any footsteps, though. No walking sounds, no doors opening or closing, just the dragging and the marbles. Taylor, who's usually pretty level-headed, suggested we should all go into one of the bedrooms and lock the door until morning. We agreed, and the 6 of us crammed into the larger bedroom. It was around 6 in the morning by this point. From the bedroom, we could still hear everything. The marble sounds would stop for a few minutes, then start again. Drop, roll, 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 then silence, then more dragging. "My grandmother used to say something about marbles," Sarah said suddenly. "In Chinese culture, they'd sometimes put marbles on the floor to detect spirits or negative energy. The marbles would move if something was there. I'm not usually superstitious, but in that moment, with all of us huddled in that bedroom listening to those sounds, it was hard not to think about things like that." "But what about the screaming?" Melissa asked. "That sounded human." That was the part that didn't make sense. The screams sounded like they were coming from our floor, right outside our door. But the marble sounds and dragging were definitely from above us, and we hadn't heard anyone walking up there before the screaming started. No doors opening or closing. Nothing. "Maybe it's the 4th floor people messing with us," Ryan suggested, "because we were being loud earlier." But that didn't make sense either. The 4th floor neighbors would have had to come down to our floor to scream outside our door, then somehow get into the empty 3rd floor apartment without us hearing them use the stairs or elevator. We sat in that bedroom for over an hour, listening as the sounds continued intermittently. The screaming stopped after that 4th or 5th time, but the marbles and dragging continued every few minutes. Around 7:30, when daylight was streaming through the windows, the sounds finally stopped. We waited another half hour before venturing out of the bedroom. The apartment was exactly as we'd left it. Nothing out of place. Jake and I worked up the courage to open the front door and check the hallway. Empty, perfectly normal. We even went upstairs to the 3rd floor. The apartment above ours had a "for rent" sign on the door. We pressed our ears against it, but heard nothing. The door was locked. We checked out that morning. None of us wanted to stay another night. The host seemed confused when Jake explained why we were leaving early, claiming there had never been any complaints like that before. I still think about those sounds sometimes. The screaming that sounded so close, yet had no source. The marbles rolling across an empty floor. The dragging. What gets me the most is that it makes no logical sense. If it was the neighbors playing a prank, how did they get into the empty apartment? Why would they go to such lengths? And if it wasn't them, then what was it? I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe the building's acoustics were weird and sounds carried strangely. Maybe someone had access to the empty apartment we didn't know about. But none of the explanations fully satisfy what we experienced. All I know is that I've never heard anything like those screams before, and I hope I never do again. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can still hear that faint sound of marbles dropping and rolling across a floor. Story 5. My husband Thomas and I got married back in February, and we traveled to Davenport, Iowa last month for his cousin's wedding. Instead of staying at the Marriott with everyone else, we thought it would be romantic to book a room at this historic bed and breakfast called the Bishop's House. It's this gorgeous Victorian mansion that's been converted into a B&B, and the website photos looked amazing. Ornate woodwork, antique furniture, stained glass windows. The kind of place that makes you feel like you've stepped back in time. When we arrived on Friday afternoon, the owner Meredith greeted us with fresh-baked cookies and gave us a brief tour. The house was even more impressive in person. High ceilings, creaky hardwood floors, and this massive staircase that wound up to the second floor. She showed us to our room, which she called the Roman Chamber. I remember thinking that was a bit odd, but figured it was themed after Roman architecture or something. The room was beautiful, a 4-poster king bed with this intricate hand-carved headboard, heavy velvet curtains, and a little sitting area with 2 armchairs by the window. There was an antique writing desk in the corner and old black and white photographs on the walls. The bathroom had been modernized, thankfully, but everything else felt like it was from another era. That first night, I couldn't sleep. Thomas passed out immediately after we got back from the rehearsal dinner, but I just laid there staring at the ceiling. The house made all these noises, not scary ones, just the normal creaks and groans of an old building, but something felt off. I can't explain it exactly. It was like that feeling when you think someone's watching you, but when you turn around, no one's there. I finally fell asleep around 3 in the morning and woke up feeling exhausted. I didn't mention anything to Thomas because I didn't want to sound silly. I figured it was just being in an unfamiliar place. Saturday was completely packed with wedding activities. The ceremony at 4, cocktail hour, dinner, dancing until midnight. By the time we got back to our room, I was dead on my feet. Thomas was a bit tipsy from the open bar and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. I was so tired that I thought for sure I'd sleep through the night. I remember checking my phone before putting it on the nightstand. It was 12:45. I drifted off almost immediately. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I woke up to someone standing at the foot of our bed. It was dark, but moonlight was coming through a gap in the curtains, and I could make out the silhouette of a man. At first, I thought it was Thomas going to the bathroom, but then I felt him next to me, still sleeping soundly. I froze. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The figure was tall and thin, wearing what looked like formal clothing, not modern but old-fashioned, like from photos I've seen of my grandparents' era. The strangest part was that I could see details, but also kind of through him. It's so hard to explain. Then he spoke. His voice was clear and stern, not whispered or ghostly like you'd expect. "Why are you in my bedroom?" he demanded. I couldn't move or speak. I was terrified, but also somehow felt like I was dreaming, even though it felt completely real. He moved closer to the side of the bed, and I could see him more clearly now. He was probably in his 60s, with thinning silver hair and a stern face. He was wearing what looked like a dark suit with some kind of clerical collar. "This is most inappropriate," he said, his voice growing angrier. "Do you realize the scandal it would cause if a woman were found in my chambers?" You must leave immediately." I tried to speak, to explain that this was our room, that we had rented it, but no sound came out. I couldn't even move my arms to shake Thomas awake. The man paced back and forth at the foot of the bed, muttering something I couldn't quite hear. Then he stopped abruptly and looked directly at me. His eyes were intense, not glowing or anything supernatural like that, just piercing and full of indignation. "I have given my life in service to God and this diocese. I will not have my reputation tarnished in my final years. You will remove yourself from my chambers at once, or there will be consequences." Suddenly, he was right beside me, leaning down close to my face. I could smell something like old books and cologne, and I swear I felt his breath on my cheek when he spoke again. "This is the Rollman chamber. My chamber. You do not belong here." Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air. My nightgown was soaked with sweat and my hands were shaking uncontrollably. The room was empty except for Thomas, still snoring softly beside me. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:17 in the morning. I turned on the bedside lamp and sat there trying to calm my breathing. It had felt so real that I actually got up and checked the bathroom and closet to make sure no one was there. I even peeked out into the hallway, but the house was silent and still. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in one of the armchairs by the window with the lamp on until the sun came up, too afraid to get back in bed. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see that man's face. At breakfast the next morning, I was exhausted and jumpy. Thomas noticed and asked if I was okay. "I had this really vivid nightmare," I told him, keeping my voice low so the other guests couldn't hear. "There was a man in our room, an older man in formal clothes with a clerical collar. He was angry that I was in his bedroom and kept saying I needed to leave before it caused a scandal." Thomas laughed and patted my hand. "That's what you get for eating that rich wedding cake right before bed. Indigestion always gives you weird dreams." "It wasn't like a normal dream," I insisted. "It felt completely real. And he specifically called it the Rollman chamber, not the Roman chamber." "Honey, your imagination is just running wild. Old houses, historic setting. Of course you'd dream about the previous occupants." He popped a piece of bacon in his mouth. "Besides, the room is called the Roman chamber. You probably just misheard Meredith when we checked in." I wanted to believe him. It made logical sense, but I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd experienced wasn't just a dream. After breakfast, we had a few hours before we needed to check out and head to the airport. Thomas wanted to go for a walk along the Mississippi River, but I asked if we could stay and look around the house a bit more. I didn't tell him, but I wanted to see if I could find any information about previous occupants, specifically anyone named Rollman. Meredith was dusting in the front parlor when we came downstairs. She seemed genuinely interested when I asked about the history of the house. "Oh, I love when guests take an interest in our history," she exclaimed. "The bishop's house isn't just a name. It really was the residence of the Catholic bishops of Davenport from 1910 until 1967. My stomach did a little flip. "Do you know which bishops lived here?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Several over the years. Bishop Davis was the first to live here, then Bishop Rollman from 1927 to 1944, then Bishop—" "Did you say Rollman?" I interrupted, my voice higher than I intended. Thomas gave me a strange look, but Meredith didn't seem to notice my reaction. "Yes, Bishop Henry Rollman. He was quite a strict administrator from what I understand. Very traditional, very proper." She smiled. "Actually, you two are staying in what was his personal chamber." My legs felt suddenly weak. "I thought it was called the Roman chamber," Thomas said, glancing at me. Meredith laughed. "Oh, people mix that up all the time. It's the Rollman chamber, named after the bishop, though I can see how you might have heard Roman. I probably should enunciate better. I must have looked pale because Meredith asked if I wanted to sit down. Are you all right, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost." If only she knew. "I'm fine," I managed. "Just fascinated by the history. Do you have any photos of Bishop Rollman?" As a matter of fact, I do. We keep a scrapbook of newspaper clippings and photos in the library. Let me get it for you. While Meredith went to fetch the book, Thomas pulled me aside. What's going on with you? You're acting weird. Just wait, I whispered. Meredith returned with the large, leather-bound album and set it on the coffee table. Here we are, she said, flipping through the pages. This section is all about Bishop Rollman's time here. And there he was, the exact same man from my dream. The same thin face, the same stern expression, the same clerical collar. The photo was labeled Bishop Henry Rollman, 1938. I felt the blood drain from my face. Thomas looked from the photo to me, his skeptical expression faltering. That's the man I saw in my dream, I whispered. Meredith's eyes widened. You dreamed about Bishop Rollman? Well, that's not the first time I've heard that. A few guests over the years have mentioned unusual experiences in that room. The bishop was known to be very particular about his personal space. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So other people have seen him too. A handful, yes, usually women, interestingly enough. The bishop was very traditional about proper behavior. During his time, it would have been scandalous for a woman to be in a man's private chamber. The exact thing he had said to me. We checked out shortly after that conversation. Thomas didn't tease me anymore about my nightmare. He was quiet during the drive to the airport and finally admitted on the plane that he found the whole thing unsettling. It's been a month, and I still get chills thinking about it. I've researched Bishop Rollman since then and found articles about how strict he was, how he maintained rigid protocols about proper behavior within the diocese. One article even mentioned that he was particularly concerned with his reputation and legacy in his later years. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I don't know how to explain what happened that night. But I know what I experienced wasn't just a dream. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear his voice, stern and indignant. This is the Rollman chamber, my chamber. You do not belong here. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Something you can't explain that makes you question everything you thought you knew about reality? I'd really appreciate hearing I'm not alone in this. Story 6. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me is scared that talking about it might make things worse, but I can't keep this bottled up anymore. I need to tell someone what happened when my family moved into Blackthorn Manor last year. We were so excited about the move. Dad had gotten a new job in rural England, and the opportunity to live in a 500-year-old manor house seemed like a dream. Mum had passed away when I was 12, but my stepmum Claire has always been wonderful, and she was thrilled about restoring an old property. My younger brother Tom thought it would be proper cool to live somewhere with so much history. None of us believed in ghosts. That changed within our first week at Blackthorn. It started with something small. Dad couldn't find his car keys one morning before work. He was already stressed about being late for an important meeting, and the missing keys sent him into a proper panic. We all helped search, looking under cushions, in coat pockets, even checking the fridge. Dad swore he'd left them on the sideboard in the entryway, but they weren't there. After 30 minutes of increasingly frantic searching, I walked back into the entryway and froze. The keys were sitting right in the middle of the sideboard. I called Dad over, and the color drained from his face. I checked there 3 times, he said quietly. They weren't there. We tried to laugh it off. Maybe we were all just tired from unpacking. Maybe Dad had overlooked them somehow. But that night, I saw the first shadow. I was brushing my teeth before bed when something moved in my peripheral vision, a dark shape passing behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but nothing was there. The bathroom door was closed, and I was alone. I told myself it was just my imagination. 3 days later, Tom came running into my room at midnight, absolutely terrified. "There's someone in my room," he whispered, his voice shaking, standing in the corner. I checked his room thoroughly, but found nothing. Still, I let him sleep in my room that night. As I was drifting off, I saw it again. a dark figure moving just at the edge of my vision. When I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there. The following week, my friend Margot came to visit. She's always been interested in spiritual stuff, reads tarot cards, has crystals, that sort of thing. I hadn't told her about the weird things happening because I didn't want to sound mental, but the moment she walked into the house, she stopped dead in her tracks. "Eliza," she said, her voice unnaturally serious, "you know this place has spirits, right?" My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" "I can feel them. There's more than one." She walked slowly through the entryway, her hand trailing along the wall. "They're not evil, though. They're just here. They've been here a long time." I wanted to laugh it off, but couldn't. Instead, I told her about the keys and the shadows. She nodded like this confirmed something. Old houses hold energy, especially ones this old. 500 years is a lot of lives, a lot of emotions soaked into these walls. That night after Margot left, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what she'd said. The house didn't feel threatening exactly, but it didn't feel empty either. It felt like someone was always watching. The next morning at breakfast, Claire mentioned having a nightmare. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. "I dreamed I was being followed through the house," she said, stirring her tea absently, "by something I couldn't quite see." Dad reached over and squeezed her hand. "It's just the new place. Takes time to get used to the creaks and groans of an old house." Claire nodded, but didn't look convinced. That afternoon, things escalated. Claire was coming downstairs when she suddenly gasped and grabbed the banister. "What's wrong?" I asked, looking up from the book I was reading in the living room. "Something just..." She shivered visibly. It felt like someone poured ice water down my back, and then... She paused, looking embarrassed. "What?" I pressed. "I heard someone call me Clary Bear. That was my dad's nickname for me when I was little. He's been dead for 15 years, and no one else ever called me that." I didn't know what to say. The look on her face, a mixture of fear and wonder, made my skin crawl. That evening, things got worse. We were having dinner when all the lights in the house flickered simultaneously. Dad mumbled something about old wiring, but we all fell silent, listening to the house. There was a creaking sound above us, like footsteps crossing the floor of my bedroom. "Tom, is that you messing about?" Dad called, even though Tom was sitting right next to him. No one answered, but the creaking continued. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, convinced someone was standing over my bed. Around 3 in the morning, I heard whispering in the hallway. It sounded like multiple voices having a conversation, but I couldn't make out the words. I was too terrified to get up and check. The next morning, Dad was up before dawn. He's always been an early riser, likes to have coffee in the garden before the day begins. When he came back inside, his face was ashen. "There was a cat in the garden," he said, his voice strange. "What kind of cat?" Tom asked, not looking up from his cereal. "A black one, with yellow eyes." Dad's hands trembled slightly as he poured his coffee. It was sitting by the old well, just staring at me. I tried to shoo it away, but it wouldn't move, just kept staring. "It's just a cat, Dad," I said. He shook his head. "No normal cat acts like that." It didn't seem alive somehow. That afternoon, I was alone in the house doing homework when I first saw her clearly. Not just a shadow or a movement in my peripheral vision, but a full apparition. I was walking down the upstairs hallway when I felt the temperature drop dramatically. My breath clouded in front of me, even though it was July. Then I saw her at the end of the hall, a tall, thin woman in what looked like a dark Victorian dress. Her face was unnaturally pale, and she was smiling. Not a friendly smile, but something predatory. Her fingers were elongated, ending in what looked like claws. I froze, unable to move or scream. She didn't move either, just stood there, grinning at me. Then she slowly raised one clawed hand and beckoned to me. That broke my paralysis. I turned and ran, slamming my bedroom door behind me and pushing my desk against it. I called Dad, barely able to speak through my panic. "Come home," was all I could manage to say. "Please come home now." He must have heard the terror in my voice, because he and Claire were home within 20 minutes. I was still barricaded in my room, shaking uncontrollably. When I told them what I'd seen, Dad looked skeptical, but Claire believed me immediately. "I felt her too," she admitted. "I thought I was imagining it, but sometimes I feel like someone's following me up the stairs, like if I don't move fast enough, they'll grab my ankles." That night, we all slept in the living room together. No one wanted to be alone in their bedrooms. Even Dad didn't argue, though he kept insisting there must be a logical explanation. "Maybe it's carbon monoxide," he suggested. "That can cause hallucinations. I'll get a detector tomorrow." But the detector showed nothing wrong with the air, and the activity continued to escalate. Books would fly off shelves when no one was near them. Doors would slam shut on their own. The temperature in certain rooms would plummet without explanation. We'd hear laughter echoing through empty hallways. The woman with claws began appearing more frequently, always at a distance, always grinning, always beckoning. I started seeing her in my dreams too. She'd chase me up staircases that never ended, her claws scraping against the walls as she pursued me. One morning I woke up with 3 long scratches down my arm. They were shallow, but definitely real, red welts against my skin. Dad wanted to believe I'd scratched myself in my sleep, but the marks were in a place I couldn't have reached myself. The terror was building day by day. We were all sleeping poorly, jumping at every sound. Tom started wetting the bed again, something he hadn't done since he was 4. Claire developed a persistent eye twitch from stress. Dad lost weight, his clothes hanging loose on his frame. The worst part was feeling watched all the time. Even in the bathroom, even in my bed with the covers pulled over my head, I never felt alone. I'd catch glimpses of the clawed woman standing behind me in mirrors or reflective surfaces. Sometimes she'd be closer than before, her grin wider, her eyes gleaming with malice. One night I woke to find her standing at the foot of my bed. She wasn't a vague shadow anymore. She was solid, her form blocking the dim light from my window. She didn't move or speak, just stood there watching me with that terrible smile. I couldn't even scream. My throat closed up from fear. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, she slowly raised one clawed hand and pointed at me. Then she vanished. In the morning, there were 5 deep scratches across my bedroom door from the inside. Dad finally contacted a local paranormal investigator. The woman arrived with equipment, EMF meters, thermal cameras, digital recorders. She spent one night in the house and left before dawn, refusing to return. "Whatever's here isn't just residual energy," she told Dad, her voice shaking slightly. "It's intelligent and it's angry. This isn't a typical haunting. This is something older, something that was here long before the house." We moved out the next day, leaving most of our belongings behind. We stayed with Claire's sister until we found a new place. Dad tried to sell Blackthorn Manor, but no one would buy it once they visited. It still stands empty today, as far as I know. I still have nightmares about the woman with claws. Sometimes I wake up feeling like she's followed us, like she's standing in the dark corner of my new bedroom, waiting. Sometimes I still see scratches on my arms in the morning that weren't there when I went to sleep. I don't know what was in that house, or why it focused on me. All I know is that I'll never set foot in Blackthorn Manor again, and sometimes, when I catch movement in the corner of my eye, I'm afraid to turn and look. Story 7. I still get chills thinking about that night at Maryville Academy, even after all these years. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, because people tend to think you're crazy when you talk about the supernatural. But it happened. I know what I felt, what I experienced, and no one can convince me otherwise. It was 1931, right in the middle of the Depression. I was only 11 years old when my parents lost everything. Dad had been working at the steel mill in Chicago before the crash, and Mom took in laundry. We weren't rich by any means, but we had food on the table and a roof over our heads. Then the mill closed down, and Dad couldn't find work anywhere. I remember overhearing my parents talking late at night, my mother crying softly while Dad promised things would get better, but they didn't. One morning, Mum sat me and my younger brother Tommy down at the kitchen table. I knew something was wrong because her eyes were red and swollen. She told us we were going to stay somewhere else for a while, just until they could get back on their feet. That somewhere else turned out to be Maryville Academy in Des Plaines, Illinois. I'll never forget the day they dropped us off. Mom hugged me so tight I could barely breathe, and Dad couldn't even look me in the eye. Tommy was only 8 and didn't understand what was happening. He thought we were going to summer camp or something. I knew better. I was old enough to understand we were being sent away because they couldn't afford to feed us anymore. Maryville was run by nuns, sisters of charity they called themselves. Most were kind enough, though strict. Sister Agnes was the head nun, a tall woman with sharp features who rarely smiled. The orphanage itself was this massive brick building that looked more like a prison than a home for children. Long hallways with shiny floors, dormitory-style bedrooms with rows of identical metal beds, and a chapel where we were required to attend Mass every morning. The girls' dormitory was on the east wing of the second floor. About 20 of us slept in a large room with high ceilings and tall windows that let in the morning light. Each bed had a small footlocker for our personal belongings, though most of us didn't have much to store. The nuns patrolled the halls at night, checking on us periodically to make sure we were asleep and not causing trouble. I'd been at Maryville for about 4 months when it happened. By then, I'd gotten used to the routine. Wake up at 6, make your bed with hospital corners, wash up, attend Mass, eat breakfast, go to classes, do chores, have dinner, evening prayers, then lights out at 8:30. I'd learned which nuns were lenient and which would wrap your knuckles with a ruler for the smallest infraction. I knew which girls to avoid and which ones could be trusted. I'd even gotten used to the distinct sound of the nuns walking down the hallway at night, the soft swish of their habits against the floor and the gentle clicking of rosary beads hanging from their belts. It was mid-February and winter had a tight grip on Illinois. The dormitory was always freezing at night, no matter how many blankets they gave us. We all slept in our clothes sometimes, anything to stay warm. That night was particularly cold, and I remember curling up into a ball under my thin blanket, trying to generate some heat. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because I woke up to the familiar sound of a nun's habit swishing down the hallway. The rosary beads made that distinctive clicking sound against the belt. I didn't think much of it. The nuns often did bed checks throughout the night. I glanced at the small clock on the wall. It was exactly midnight. I quickly shut my eyes, pretending to be asleep. We'd get in trouble if we were caught awake after lights out. I heard the footsteps enter our dormitory and move slowly down the row of beds. The nun was checking on each girl, a routine I'd grown accustomed to over the months. The footsteps stopped beside my bed. I kept my eyes closed, breathing evenly, hoping she'd move on, but she didn't. Instead, I felt the mattress sink down at the foot of my bed, like someone sitting down. I could feel the weight and warmth pressing against my feet through the blanket. I thought maybe Sister Agnes was checking if I had a fever or something. Sometimes when girls got sick, the nuns would sit with them. But I wasn't sick, and it seemed odd that she'd sit on my bed instead of just checking and moving on. The weight remained there and curiosity got the better of me. I slowly opened my eyes, expecting to see one of the nuns sitting at the foot of my bed. There was no one there, but the mattress was still depressed. The blanket still pushed down around my feet, as if someone was sitting there. I could feel the warmth and weight of a body, but there was nothing visible. My heart started pounding so hard I thought it would wake up the other girls. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, Couldn't do anything but stare at the empty space at the foot of my bed that wasn't actually empty. I felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. The invisible presence shifted slightly, and I felt what seemed like a hand gently pat my leg through the blanket. It wasn't threatening. If anything, it felt comforting, like how my mother used to pat my leg when I was upset. But there was no visible hand, no visible person. I was paralyzed with fear. Was I dreaming? Had I gone crazy? Was I dying, and this was some kind of angel coming to take me? My grandmother used to tell me stories about how the dead would come visit their loved ones right before they died, to help guide them to the other side. Was that what was happening? The presence remained there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the weight lifted from my bed. I heard the swish of fabric and the clicking of rosary beads moving away from my bed, down the row, and out of the dormitory. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up to Sister Bernadette ringing the morning bell. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and girls all around me were yawning and stretching, completely normal, as if nothing unusual had happened during the night. I was shaking so badly I could barely make my bed. The girl in the next bed, Mary Catherine, asked if I was sick. I couldn't tell her what happened. She'd think I was crazy or lying, so I just said I had a bad dream and left it at that. All through breakfast, classes, and chores that day, I kept replaying what had happened. Had I imagined it? Was it just a vivid dream? But it had felt so real. The weight on my bed, the warmth, the gentle pat on my leg, and that distinctive sound of habits swishing and rosary beads clicking. I'd heard it clearly. That night, I was terrified to go to sleep. I lay awake for hours, straining to hear any sound in the hallway, but nothing happened. No invisible visitor came to sit on my bed. A few days later, I worked up the courage to ask Sister Josephine, one of the kinder nuns, if anyone had ever died at Maryville. She seemed surprised by my question, but told me that yes, over the years, several nuns and some children had passed away there. When I asked specifically about nuns who had died, she mentioned that during the Spanish flu epidemic of 1918, they lost 3 sisters within a week of each other. Sister Mary Catherine, Sister Elizabeth, and Sister Rose, she said, crossing herself. They stayed to care for the sick children, even when they knew it might kill them. Such devotion to God's work. Something clicked in my mind. I asked her what Sister Mary Catherine looked like, and Sister Josephine described a short, plump woman with kind eyes who had been particularly fond of the younger children. She said Sister Mary Catherine had been known for sitting with the homesick children at night, comforting them until they fell asleep. I never told Sister Josephine about my experience. What would be the point? But from that day on, I wasn't as frightened by what had happened. Instead, I felt almost special. Like maybe Sister Mary Catherine had sensed something in me. Perhaps she knew I was struggling with being separated from my parents, or maybe she just felt a connection to me for some reason. The strange thing is, it only happened that one time. I never felt her presence again, though sometimes I would wake up at exactly midnight, as if my body was expecting her, but the mattress never sank down, and I never felt that comforting pat on my leg again. I stayed at Maryville for 2 more years before my parents were finally able to take Tommy and me back home. Dad had found steady work through one of Roosevelt's programs, and things were looking up. Life went on, and I grew up, got married, had children of my own, but I never forgot that night. Years later, I took my daughter to visit Maryville. It had changed a lot by then, but some of the original buildings were still standing. As we walked the grounds, I felt a familiar sensation. Not fear, but a kind of recognition, like someone was watching over me. I've thought a lot about what happened that night. Was it really the ghost of Sister Mary Catherine? Was it just a dream so vivid it seemed real? I don't know for sure, but I do know what I felt. what I experienced, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still listen for the sound of habits swishing and rosary beads clicking in the hallway. To this day, I've never had another experience like it. Maybe Sister Mary Catherine only needed to visit me that one time. Maybe she just wanted me to know I wasn't alone, even when it felt like I was. Or maybe she sensed something in me that no one else did, some ability to perceive things others couldn't. Whatever the reason, that midnight visitor at Maryville changed me. It opened my eyes to the possibility that there's more to this world than what we can see, and that sometimes, just sometimes, the veil between this world and the next is thinner than we think. Story 8. I never believed in ghosts. I used to roll my eyes when people talked about haunted houses or paranormal activity. I was always the practical one, the guy who could explain away the creaking floorboards or the strange shadows. That was before I moved into this house, before everything changed. I found the place about 8 months ago. It was honestly a steal. 3 bedrooms, decent yard, in a neighborhood that was on the up-and-coming side of town. The real estate agent seemed a little too eager to close the deal, but I chalked it up to commission hunting. The house had been vacant for a while, she explained, and the owner was motivated to sell. Should have been my first red flag, but the price was right, and I was tired of apartment living. The first week was completely normal. I was excited about having my own place, setting up furniture, painting walls, all that new homeowner stuff. It wasn't until the second week that things started getting weird. It began with noises, just random bangs and thuds that I'd hear throughout the house. Nothing major. A loud thump from the spare bedroom, or what sounded like furniture being dragged across the floor upstairs when I was downstairs cooking. I did what any rational person would do. I blamed the house settling. It was built in the 1980s, not exactly new construction. Old houses make noise, right? But then the banging got louder, more frequent. Sometimes it would happen in the middle of the night, startling me awake. I'd lie there in bed, heart pounding, listening to what sounded like someone pounding on the walls. I'd get up, check every room, look outside, but there was never anything there, no explanation. Just empty rooms and silence. Once I was fully awake, I started to wonder if maybe there were animals in the attic or walls. Raccoons, maybe. I called an exterminator who did a thorough inspection and found absolutely nothing. He seemed confused by my insistence that something was making these noises. "House is clean, buddy," he said with a shrug before leaving. I paid him $200 to tell me I was imagining things. Then one night, about a month after I moved in, I heard it for the first time. The crying. I was half asleep on the couch, some Netflix show playing in the background, when I heard what sounded like a woman sobbing. It was faint at first, like it was coming from far away. I muted the TV, thinking maybe it was just part of whatever I was watching, but the crying continued. I got up and followed the sound, which seemed to be coming from the hallway that led to the bedrooms. But when I got there, it shifted, now sounding like it was coming from the kitchen. I went to the kitchen. Nothing. Just the soft sobbing that now seemed to be coming from the living room I'd just left. For almost an hour, I walked around that house trying to locate the source of the crying. It never got louder or softer, just stayed at this constant heartbreaking volume. A woman, clearly in pain, sobbing like her world had ended. And I couldn't find where it was coming from. Around 3 in the morning, it finally stopped. I sat in the kitchen, sweating despite the cool air, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I dreamed it? Was I having some kind of auditory hallucination? I even went outside to check if maybe a neighbor was having a late-night crisis. The neighborhood was dead quiet. I convinced myself I was just tired, stressed from the move and the new mortgage. I went to bed and eventually fell into an uneasy sleep. The next few weeks, the pattern continued, the banging, the sounds of furniture moving, and now the crying. It wasn't every night, but maybe 3 or 4 times a week, I'd hear that same woman sobbing, always at night, always impossible to locate. I started sleeping with headphones on, blasting white noise to drown it out. I didn't tell anyone at first. How do you casually mention to friends or co-workers that your house might be haunted? I'm not the type to believe in that stuff, and I didn't want people thinking I was losing it. So I kept it to myself, tried to ignore it, tried to rationalize it. But then I met Dave, my next-door neighbor. We were both outside doing yard work one Saturday, and he came over to introduce himself. Friendly guy, lived in the neighborhood for about 20 years. We got to talking, and I casually mentioned that the house had been empty for a while before I bought it. The look on his face changed immediately. "Yeah, been empty since the incident," he said, suddenly very interested in adjusting his gardening gloves. "What incident?" I asked, my stomach already knotting up. Dave looked uncomfortable. "You don't know? The realtor didn't tell you?" When I shook my head, he sighed. "Shit, man, I thought they had to disclose that stuff now." He told me to wait, went back to his garage, and returned with a folded newspaper clipping. It was from the local paper, dated March 21st, 2021, just about 2 years before I bought the place. The headline read, "Local woman found dead in home, investigation ongoing." I scanned the article and my blood went cold. According to the report, a 32-year-old woman named Elisa Reyes had been found dead in the house. My house. The article was vague about the circumstances, just mentioning that police were investigating and that foul play was suspected. "That's all they ever printed in the papers," Dave said quietly. "But everybody around here knows what really happened." According to Dave, Elisa had been dating a cop named Mike Brennan. Apparently, the relationship had gone bad, and when she tried to break it off, things got ugly. One night, Brennan allegedly showed up with 6 of his buddies, all cops too. They had been drinking. What happened next was the stuff of nightmares. They assaulted her, all 7 of them, and when it was over, she was dead. "But how come I never heard about this?" I asked, feeling sick to my stomach. "Wouldn't this be massive news? Cops killing someone?" Dave's face hardened. The department closed ranks, ruled it a suicide, if you can believe that. Internal investigation found no evidence of wrongdoing. The family tried to fight it, hired lawyers, but eventually the whole thing just disappeared. Brennan's father is some big shot in the county government. Connections, you know. I stood there, newspaper in hand, trying to process what I was hearing. A woman had been brutally murdered in my house by people who were supposed to protect and serve, and they had gotten away with it. "That's why nobody would buy this place," Dave continued, "even after they dropped the price way down. People around here, they know what happened." I thanked Dave for telling me, went inside, and immediately started researching online. There wasn't much. Just like Dave said, the case had been effectively buried. A few local news articles about the initial investigation, then a small mention of the ruling of suicide, and then nothing. I did find an online petition started by Elisa's sister demanding justice, but it had only gathered a few hundred signatures before going dormant. That night, the crying started earlier than usual. Around 10 p.m., just as I was getting ready for bed, but this time, knowing what I knew, it hit differently. This wasn't just some random haunting. This was Elisa. Had to be. I sat on the edge of my bed, listening to her sobs echoing through the house. Was she reliving that night? Was she trapped here, in the place where such horrible things had been done to her? The thought made me sick, with a mixture of sadness and rage. "I'm sorry," I said out loud, feeling stupid but compelled to speak anyway. "I'm so sorry about what happened to you." The crying continued, unabated. If she heard me, she gave no sign. That night was the worst. The crying went on for hours, sometimes quieting to a whimper, sometimes rising to what sounded like screams of pain. The banging returned too, violent, angry pounding on walls and doors. At one point, I swear I heard a man's voice, though I couldn't make out what it was saying. I didn't sleep at all. By morning, I was a wreck, exhausted, frightened, and increasingly convinced that I was living in a house where something truly evil had occurred. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. The phenomena became more frequent, more intense. The crying was almost nightly now. Sometimes I'd wake up to find furniture moved, not dramatically, but noticeably. A chair pulled out from the table. The coffee table shifted a few inches to the left. Small things that told me I wasn't alone. One night, I woke up to what felt like someone sitting on the edge of my bed. I could feel the mattress dip, could sense a presence there in the darkness. I lay perfectly still, too terrified to move, barely breathing. After what seemed like an eternity, the weight lifted, and I heard footsteps walking away from the bed, though I couldn't see anyone. I started staying at a buddy's place whenever I could make up an excuse. Said my AC was broken, or I was having plumbing issues. Anything to avoid spending the night in that house. But I couldn't stay away forever. I had a mortgage. I had nowhere else to go permanently. So I tried to make peace with it. With her. I started talking to Elisa as if she were there. I'd come home from work and say hello. I'd apologize for what happened to her. I'd promise that I wasn't like them, that I wouldn't hurt anyone. Sometimes it seemed to help. The crying would be softer on those nights, less desperate. But other times, it made no difference at all. I'm still here, 8 months in. The activity hasn't stopped. Just last night, I woke up at 3:15 a.m. to the sound of Elisa crying. It was coming from the bathroom this time. I got up, walked to the bathroom door, and just stood there listening. "I know what they did to you," I said softly. "It wasn't right. You didn't deserve that." The crying paused, just for a moment. Then came the sound of something being dragged across the floor inside the bathroom. I put my hand on the doorknob, hesitated, then slowly opened the door. The bathroom was empty, but written in the steam on the mirror, though there had been no shower run, no source for the steam, were 2 words. "Help me." I stood there, staring at those words until they faded away, and I realized something. This isn't just a haunting. This is a cry for justice. Elisa isn't at rest because the men who killed her never paid for what they did. They're still out there, still free, still wearing badges and pretending to be protectors. I don't know what to do. I can't sell this house. Not in good conscience, knowing what I know now. I can't force another person to live with this, but I don't know how to help her find peace either. The crying hasn't stopped since that night. It's constant now, a background soundtrack to my life in this house. And sometimes, when it gets really quiet at night, I swear I can hear men's voices too, laughing, shouting, terrible sounds that make me cover my ears and wish I could disappear. I don't know how this ends, for her or for me. But I know I can't ignore it anymore. Someone has to listen to her crying. Someone has to care that she's still here, still suffering, still waiting for justice that never came. Story 9. I've never shared this with anyone online before. I'm honestly terrified even typing this out, but I don't know where else to turn. Nobody believes me. I keep getting told I need help, but they don't understand what's really happening to me. It all started about 8 months ago. I was working at the local market here in Camden Hills, just a small town in Maine where nothing ever happens, or at least that's what I thought. I'd been dating Marcus for almost a year. He was always different, intense, into weird stuff that I didn't really understand. All these books about energy manipulation, consciousness hacking, and what I can only describe as dark arts. I used to think it was harmless, just an eccentric hobby. God, I was so wrong. We broke up after I found his journal. He'd written pages about using me as a vessel for some kind of experiment. There were diagrams of my body with circuit-like patterns drawn all over it. Paragraphs about implementing body hacking software version 6.0 when I was sleeping. I confronted him, and he just smiled in this way that made my blood run cold. He said I was perfect for the upgrade because my frequency matched the requirements. I left him that night. packed a bag, and went to stay with my sister for a week. When I came back to get the rest of my stuff, he was gone. Apartment cleared out completely. No forwarding address. Nothing. That's when it started. At first, it was small things. I'd be reaching for something, and my arm would just stop, like someone had grabbed it. Then my fingers would twitch in patterns I wasn't controlling. I'd be in the middle of a sentence and suddenly forget what I was saying, like my brain had been wiped clean for a second. 3 weeks after the breakup, I was making coffee one morning when my entire body just locked up. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, but I was conscious, completely aware, and I heard his voice in my head. "Installation complete. Hello, Rachel." I stood frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. When I could move again, I ran to the bathroom and threw up. That's when I saw my eyes in the mirror. They had changed. My normally hazel eyes had a strange bluish tint around the pupils. It would come and go, especially during what I now call the episodes. Nobody at work noticed at first. I tried to act normal, but it got harder as the weeks passed. The episodes became more frequent. I'd be stocking shelves, and suddenly my body wasn't mine anymore. I'd walk to different aisles with no control over my movements. Once, I found myself in the storage room with no memory of how I got there, holding a knife I'd taken from housewares. That's when I went to Father Thomas at St. Michael's. I've never been particularly religious, but I was desperate. I told him everything, convinced I was possessed. He was kind, listened patiently, suggested I might be experiencing stress or anxiety, but when my voice suddenly changed mid-conversation, dropping 3 octaves and speaking words I didn't form, even he looked shaken. I started visiting him 3 times a week. Sometimes I'd sit in the empty church for hours, just praying for it to stop, for Marcus to leave me alone. But it kept getting worse. One night about 2 months ago, I woke up to the sound of static. Loud, painful static filling my head, and through it I could hear fragments of code being recited, numbers, letters, commands. My body began to move on its own again, walking me to the kitchen where I stood staring at the knives for almost an hour before the signal weakened enough for me to regain control. That's when I discovered the pot. I was so exhausted, so desperate for sleep without the static, that I tried everything to block the signal. Aluminum foil didn't work, but when I put my heavy cast iron cooking pot over my head as a last resort, the static stopped completely. For the first time in months, I slept without interference. Now I sleep with it every night. I know how insane that sounds. I can see the looks I get from my neighbors when I take out the trash wearing copper wire wrapped around my wrists. But they don't understand. The metal blocks his signal, weakens his control. Last week I met this new woman at work, Catherine. She seemed nice, normal. We had lunch breaks together, and something about her made me feel I could trust her. After a few days, I told her everything. About Marcus, the software, the episodes. While I was explaining, it happened again. One of the freezes. I felt my face go slack, my eyes change. I couldn't move my lips, but I was screaming inside. Catherine's face went white. She saw it happen. She saw it. Finally, someone else witnessed it. When I came back to myself a minute later, she was still staring. "Your eyes," she whispered. "They changed color." I wanted to cry with relief. I wasn't crazy. It was real. But then things escalated. 2 days after I told Catherine, I had the worst episode yet. I was at home washing dishes when suddenly my arms weren't mine anymore. My whole body felt like it was being operated by someone else. I walked to my computer and my fingers started typing an email I didn't compose. It was addressed to my boss, saying I quit effective immediately. I fought it so hard, managed to delete the draft, but the effort left me with a nosebleed and pounding headache. That night the static was unbearable, even with the pot. I could hear Marcus laughing through it. "System override initiated," his voice said. "Remote control enabled. I've started wearing metal everywhere now. Copper bracelets, a necklace made of old computer parts, aluminum foil lining in my jacket. It helps, but it's not enough. The signals are getting stronger. He's improving the software. Yesterday, I caught my reflection in a store window and barely recognized myself. My face is different, lined with these deep wrinkles that weren't there before. My co-workers say I look tired, but it's more than that. It's fear, permanently etched into my skin. I'm aging years in months. The worst part is how no one else can see what's happening. My sister thinks I need therapy. My friends have stopped calling. Even Father Thomas suggested I see a doctor. Catherine is the only one who saw something, but even she's been avoiding me since I started wearing the metal wire crown under my hat at work. I know how this sounds. I know what you're thinking reading this. But I swear on everything I care about, this is happening. Marcus is out there somewhere, sitting at a computer, playing with my body like it's a video game character. Sometimes I can feel him watching through my eyes. Last night was the breaking point. I was making dinner when I lost control again. My hand reached for the knife, picked it up, and held it against my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't drop it. I just stood there, knife pressed against my skin, for almost an hour. The only thing that saved me was when my elderly neighbor knocked on my door about a package that had been delivered to her by mistake. The distraction weakened the signal enough for me to drop the knife. I'm terrified of what he's planning. Why go through all this effort just to torment me? What's the end game? The software is getting more sophisticated. Version 6.0 is just the beginning. I'm sure of it. Right now I'm at the library using their computer. I don't trust my laptop anymore. I think he's monitoring it somehow. I can feel the pressure building behind my eyes again. The static is starting, despite the copper wire wrapped around my head. If anyone reading this knows anything about body hacking software or how to block these kinds of signals permanently, please help me. I don't know how much longer I can fight this. My hands are shaking as I type this. I keep looking over my shoulder because I swear I can feel him nearby, monitoring his experiment. Wait, something's happening. My fingers are starting to... No, not now, please not. System alert, user override initiated. Subject Rachel Donovan demonstrates excessive resistance to software integration. Updating protocols. Version 6.1 deployment authorized. Signal strength increased. Metallic barriers identified and neutralized. I'm sorry, that wasn't me typing. I'm back now, but I don't have much time. The library is closing, and I can feel the static getting louder. My left arm is already starting to move on its own again. I need to get home to my pot and the rest of my protection. If you're in Camden Hills and you see a woman with metal wrapped around her head, that's me. Please don't laugh. Please don't look away. I'm still in here, fighting for control of my own body. And if you see Marcus, tall, dark hair, scar through his right eyebrow, stay away from him. Don't let him near your computer, your phone, your home. Don't let him talk about frequencies or upgrades or compatibility. The librarian is telling me they're closing. I have to go. The static is getting louder. I can feel my eyes changing again. Please, someone believe me. Please help me get him out of my head before system override complete. Connection terminated. Story 10. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a long time. I'm not looking for anyone to believe me or validate what happened. I just need to tell someone because it still haunts me, even though it happened 4 years ago. I work as a wildlife removal specialist in Central Florida. Most of my job involves relocating nuisance animals like raccoons, possums, and alligators from residential areas. Back in August of 2019, I got a call from the manager of Lakeside Youth Fishing Park about an otter problem. The otters were eating all the fish stocked for the kids' fishing programs, so they needed someone to trap and relocate them. My buddy Scott often helps me on jobs, so I called him up and we headed out there around 9 at night. The plan was to set up live traps along the shoreline, which is best done after dark when otters are most active, and there aren't any visitors around. The park itself is pretty standard. A large pond surrounded by walking paths, a few picnic areas, and some wooded sections. There's a wooden bridge that crosses one end of the pond, giving a good view of most of the water. We parked in the empty lot and unloaded our gear. 5 cage traps, bait, and our headlamps. The August heat was brutal, even at night. I remember my shirt was soaked through with sweat within minutes. Florida summers are no joke. Mid-90s during the day, and still in the 80s at night with humidity that makes it feel like you're breathing through a wet towel. We'd already set 4 traps along the water's edge when we decided to take a break on the bridge to plan where to put the last one. The night was quiet except for the chorus of frogs and crickets. Scott was leaning against the railing, looking at the water, while I faced the main pathway that circled the pond. That's when I noticed someone walking on the path toward the bridge. At first I didn't think much of it, maybe a late-night jogger or someone walking their dog. But as the figure got closer, something felt off. This person was wearing a black hoodie pulled up over their head and long dark pants. In August, in Florida, at night. Nobody dresses like that in this heat, unless they're looking to die from heat stroke. "Scott," I said quietly, "someone's coming." He turned around, and we both watched as the figure continued approaching the bridge. They were walking at a steady pace, not too fast, not too slow. The path was lit by those solar-powered ground lights, but they weren't very bright, so I couldn't make out any facial features under the hood. When they were about 20 feet away, I called out, "Hey there, park's closed. We're just doing some wildlife work." The person didn't respond or change their pace, just kept coming. At about 10 feet away, I started getting seriously uncomfortable. Something about their movement wasn't right. It was too smooth, like they were gliding rather than walking. Then they came within 6 feet of us, right at the entrance to the bridge, and I saw it. The lower half of their body, from about the waist down, wasn't there. It just faded into nothing. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. The figure kept moving toward us, and as it did, more of it started to fade. First the legs, then the torso, then finally the hooded head, all disappearing into thin air right in front of me. Scott, who had turned back toward the water for a moment, asked, "Where'd they go?" When I didn't answer, he looked at me, and his expression changed immediately. "James, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't speak. My mouth was dry, and my heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Finally, I managed to say, "I think I just did." I told Scott what I'd seen. He didn't laugh or dismiss it. He knows me well enough to know I don't make shit up. Instead, he suggested we finish up quickly and get the hell out of there. We set the last trap in record time, both of us constantly looking over our shoulders. The normal nighttime sounds of the park suddenly seemed menacing. Every rustle in the bushes made me jump. When we got back to my truck, Scott asked if I wanted to tell the park manager what happened. I decided against it. What was I going to say? "Hey, I saw a ghost on your bridge," but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next morning, I had to go back to check the traps. I asked Scott to come with me because there was no way I was going alone. We arrived around 7:30, just as the park was opening. To our surprise, 3 of the 5 traps had otters in them, a good start to solving their problem. While we were loading the otters into the transport cages, the park manager came over to see how we were doing. After some small talk about the successful traps, I decided to casually ask if anything strange had ever happened in the park. The manager, Bob, gave me an odd look. "Strange how?" I shrugged, trying to seem nonchalant. "I don't know. Just weird stuff, like has anyone ever died here?" Bob was quiet for a moment, then sighed. "Actually, yes. About 6 months ago. Young guy who worked as a vet assistant at the animal clinic down the road. He was always helping with the fish stocking and wildlife programs here. Real nature lover, but troubled. Depression, I think." My skin prickled. "What did he look like?" "Skinny guy. Early 20s. Always wore this black hoodie, even in the heat. Kids these days with their emo style, you know. Bob pointed toward a small area near the woods. There's a little memorial for him over there. His parents put it up. Scott and I exchanged looks. After Bob left, we went to find the memorial. A simple stone plaque with the young man's name, birth date, and death date, along with the words, "He found peace in nature." I can't explain the feeling that came over me standing there. It was like ice water running down my spine. The description matched exactly what I'd seen the night before. That night, curiosity got the better of us. Scott called our friend Colby, who's into paranormal investigation stuff and has some equipment, voice recorders, cameras, that kind of thing. The three of us decided to go back after the park closed. We arrived around 10 at night. Colby brought 2 digital cameras with night vision capability and a digital voice recorder. I felt ridiculous setting up to ghost hunt, but after what I'd seen, I needed answers. We started on the bridge where I'd seen the figure. Colby set up one camera on a tripod facing the path while we took turns asking questions into the darkness, feeling stupid the whole time. Is anyone here with us? Can you show yourself? Was that you we saw last night? Nothing happened for about an hour. We were about to pack it up when Colby suggested we walk the entire path around the pond. Maybe the entity wasn't limited to the bridge area. We followed the path, keeping the pond on our right. Colby led with the handheld camera, Scott followed with the voice recorder, and I brought up the rear with a powerful flashlight. The path eventually led into a wooded section where the trees created a tunnel-like effect. That's when the temperature dropped. In August, in Florida, it went from sweltering to where I could see my breath in a matter of seconds. "Do you feel that?" Scott whispered. Before I could answer, Colby stopped dead in his tracks. "Guys." About 20 yards ahead on the path stood a figure, not transparent or fading like what I'd seen before, but solid black, like a 3-dimensional shadow, and its eyes were glowing red. None of us moved, none of us spoke, we just stared, and it stared back. Finally, Colby found his voice. "Hello? Can you hear us? We don't mean any harm." The figure started pacing back and forth across the path, never taking its eyes off us. Each step was deliberate, almost mechanical. "What do you want?" Scott called out, his voice cracking. The entity stopped pacing and seemed to grow taller, stretching upward by at least a foot. Something primal inside me screamed, "Danger!" But my curiosity pushed me to take one step forward. That was a mistake. The moment I moved toward it, the entity bent forward in an impossible angle and charged at us. Not running, more like flying headfirst down the path, its form changing as it came. The face turned white, contrasting with the still black body, and its mouth opened wider than any human mouth could. We ran. We fucking ran like our lives depended on it, because in that moment, I believed they did. Colby dropped the camera. Scott kept the voice recorder clutched in his white-knuckled grip. I led the way, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as we sprinted back along the path toward the parking lot. I risked a glance back and immediately regretted it. The thing was right behind us, moving in that unnatural forward-bent position, mouth still impossibly wide, those red eyes fixed on us. We reached the parking lot and fumbled for the truck keys. As I struggled to unlock the door, Scott turned and hurled the voice recorder at the entity. The device passed right through it, but the thing stopped, hovering at the edge of the parking lot. We piled into my truck. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The entity remained at the edge of the lot, watching us. As we peeled out of there, tires squealing, I looked in the rearview mirror. The thing was gone. We drove in silence for several miles before Colby finally spoke. "What the fuck was that?" None of us had an answer. The next day, I called Bob and told him we'd completed the otter removal, we'd caught 2 more overnight, but that I wouldn't be available for any future work at the park. I made up some excuse about scheduling conflicts. It's been 4 years. I still work as a wildlife removal specialist. but I refuse to take jobs at that park. Scott won't go near it either. Colby went back once, in daylight, to look for his camera, but couldn't find it. He didn't stay long. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination, triggered by suggestion and the power of the story. Maybe it was an elaborate prank. But deep down, I know what we saw. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing, seeing those glowing red eyes and that impossibly wide mouth coming at me through the darkness. I'll never go back to Lakeside Park. Some places should be left alone, and whatever is there, whatever remains of that troubled young man, clearly wants to be left alone too, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it wants company, and that's what frightens me the most. Story 11. Have you never been the type to believe in ghosts or the paranormal? I was always the first to find a rational explanation whenever my friends would talk about seeing something strange. That all changed about 2 years ago when I started experiencing something I still can't explain. It first happened on a Tuesday night. I remember because I had to be up early the next morning for a work presentation, so I went to bed around 10. My partner was already asleep beside me, breathing deeply, completely normal. I fell asleep pretty quickly and started dreaming that I was cleaning our house. It was such a mundane dream, just me sorting through some old boxes in the hallway, organizing things we'd been meaning to donate. In the dream, I walked toward our airing cupboard to put away some towels. The door was slightly ajar, which was strange because we always keep it closed. When I pulled it open, my partner was standing inside, completely still. At first, I was just confused why they'd be standing in there in the dark, but then they turned to face me, and that's when I saw it. Their face wasn't their face anymore. Everything else looked normal, same hair, same clothes, but the face, God, I still get chills thinking about it. The eyes were unnaturally wide, like someone who's just realized they're about to die. And the smile, it wasn't a normal smile. It was this fixed, closed-mouth grin that stretched too far across the face. It reminded me of Jack Nicholson's Joker, but without any of the makeup. Just this horrible, unnatural expression frozen onto a human face. I woke up immediately, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My partner was still asleep next to me, completely normal. I checked the time, only 11:15. I'd barely been asleep for an hour. I didn't wake them up. What would I even say? I had a nightmare where you had a creepy face. Instead, I lay there until my heart stopped racing, then eventually fell back asleep. I almost forgot about it over the next few weeks. Just a weird nightmare, right? We all have those. Then about a month later, I had another dream. This time I was in a supermarket pushing a cart down the aisles. Everything felt normal. Fluorescent lights overhead, tinny music playing, the squeak of cartwheels. I was looking at some cereal boxes when I felt someone staring at me. I turned around and there was a person standing there. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. They just looked like a generic shopper. But when they turned to look at me, they had that same face, those horrible wide eyes that didn't blink, and that fixed, unnatural smile. In the dream, I dropped everything and ran. I remember the feeling of panic as I tried to find the exit. When I finally woke up, I was sweating and my partner was shaking me gently, asking if I was okay. Apparently, I'd been making strange noises in my sleep. I told them it was just a bad dream, but I couldn't get that face out of my mind. After the second dream, I started getting anxious about going to sleep. I'd stay up late watching TV or scrolling through my phone, anything to delay having to close my eyes. My partner noticed and was worried, but I couldn't explain what was happening without sounding crazy. I just said I was having trouble sleeping because of stress at work. The third time it happened was different and so much worse. It was about 6 months after the second dream. I'd been having sleep issues for a while, sometimes insomnia, sometimes waking up multiple times a night. I was prescribed some mild sleeping pills, which helped somewhat. That night I'd taken one around 9:30 and gone to bed early, hoping to catch up on some rest. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. The room was dark except for the dim glow of the digital clock on my nightstand. My partner was asleep beside me, facing away. I was lying on my back, feeling groggy, but definitely awake. That's when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. There was someone standing beside the bed. At first, I thought it was my partner. Maybe they'd gotten up to use the bathroom, but I could still hear their breathing next to me. I turned my head slowly and there it was. It looked like a person, but wrong somehow. The proportions weren't quite right. Too tall, too thin. And it had that face, those wide, unblinking eyes staring directly at me, that fixed, horrible smile. I couldn't move. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. The thing, I don't know what else to call it, began to bend at the waist. Not like a normal person would bend, but at a perfect 90-degree angle, like a doll with a hinge. It bent until its face was hovering just inches from mine. I could feel its breath on my skin, cold and stale, like air from a refrigerator. I managed to close my eyes, and I started counting in my head. 1, 2, 3. When I reached 20, I forced myself to look again. It was gone. I sat up immediately, turned on the lamp, and woke my partner. They were annoyed at first, but when they saw how terrified I was, they helped me check the entire house. Every closet, under every bed, behind every door. Nothing. We even checked if any windows or doors had been forced open. Everything was locked and secure. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but I could tell they thought I'd had a nightmare, or maybe a hallucination from the sleeping pill. They suggested I talk to my doctor about changing medications. I agreed, but deep down, I knew this wasn't a side effect. This was something else. I've experienced sleep paralysis before. That feeling of being awake but unable to move, sometimes seeing shadows or feeling a presence. This was completely different. In sleep paralysis, there's an immediate feeling of dread and heaviness. This encounter had none of that. I was fully awake, could move, though I was frozen with fear. And what I saw was crystal clear, not the shadowy figures typical of sleep paralysis. For months afterward, I slept with the lights on. I stopped taking the sleeping pills. I was exhausted all the time, but the fear of seeing that thing again was worse than any fatigue. My partner was patient but concerned. They suggested therapy, which I eventually agreed to. The therapist was kind and didn't dismiss my experience, but she gently suggested it might be stress manifesting in an unusual way. I started to think maybe she was right. Maybe I was just breaking down from work pressure or some unprocessed trauma. The third incident had been almost a year ago, and nothing had happened since. I was finally starting to relax, to sleep normally again. Then came the fourth encounter. The worst one. It was 3 months ago. I'd gone to bed feeling good, confident even. My partner and I had spent the evening with friends, laughing and enjoying ourselves. I fell asleep easily for the first time in ages. In my dream, I was back in my childhood home, sitting at the kitchen table with my sister. We were drinking tea and catching up, all perfectly normal. My sister was telling me about her new job, gesturing animatedly the way she always does. Mid-sentence, she stopped talking and just stared at me. Then slowly her face began to change. Her eyes widened into that horrible, terrified yet not terrified expression. Her mouth stretched into that awful fixed smile, but this time, it didn't just stare. It spoke. "I'm not done with you," it said, in a voice that sounded like my sister's but with something else underneath, something that made my skin crawl. "I'll never be done with you." In the dream, I tried to get up, to run away, but my legs wouldn't work. The thing wearing my sister's face stood up and walked around the table toward me, that smile never wavering. It reached out a hand, my sister's hand, but the fingers were too long, the joints bent at unnatural angles. As it touched my shoulder, my body finally reacted. I tried to scream, but it felt like my throat was full of cotton. What came out must have been awful, though, because suddenly my partner was shaking me awake, looking terrified. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" they kept asking, holding my shoulders. I couldn't speak at first. When I finally caught my breath, all I could say was, "It's back. It found me again." My partner stayed up with me the rest of the night. They didn't ask questions, just held me while I shook. In the morning, they suggested maybe we should move, start fresh somewhere else, but something tells me it wouldn't matter. This thing, whatever it is, isn't attached to our house. It's attached to me. I still don't know what it wants, why it has that expression, those wide, staring eyes and that fixed smile. Is it trying to warn me about something? Is it feeding off my fear? Is it just a manifestation of my own anxieties? The worst part is the waiting. Every night when I close my eyes, I wonder if I'll see it again. If it'll be in my dreams, or worse, standing by my bed when I wake up. If it'll be wearing the face of someone I love. We still live in the same house. I still sleep in the same bed. I've installed night lights in every room, and I sometimes take melatonin to help me fall asleep faster, hoping to bypass the half-awake state where it seems to find me most easily. My partner doesn't fully believe me, but they believe in my fear, which is almost the same thing. They hold me when I wake up gasping. They check the house with me when I hear a noise. They never complain when I leave the lights on. I don't know if I'll ever be free of this thing, this smiler, as I've started calling it in my head. All I know is that it's real. It's found me 4 times now, and each time it gets closer, more personal, more invasive. And I'm terrified of what will happen when it decides it's time for our 5th encounter. Story 12. It was early October 2019, probably around 11 at night when the call came in. Structure fire at Central State Hospital, specifically the Old Men's Prison Building. If you're not familiar with Central State in Milledgeville, Georgia, it used to be the largest mental hospital in the world. We're talking about a massive campus with over 200 buildings spread across thousands of acres. Most of it's been shut down since 2010, just sitting there rotting away. I remember the weather was unusually cool that night, the kind of fall evening where you can see your breath if you exhale hard enough. We got the call, loaded up the engine, and headed out. The ride over was pretty standard. We were all in work mode, going over our mental checklists, making sure we had our shit together. When we pulled up to the complex, I immediately felt uneasy. Can't really explain why. Maybe it was just the way those old brick buildings loomed in the darkness. Or maybe it was knowing what had gone on there for decades. Thousands of people with mental illness locked away, many of them forgotten. The place has a heavy feeling to it, like the air itself is saturated with all that suffering. The prison building was one of the older structures on campus. 3 stories of weathered brick and barred windows. Smoke was pouring out from the east wing, 2nd floor. Not a raging inferno or anything, but definitely active. My lieutenant assigned me and 2 others as the first attack team. We geared up, SCBA on, masks checked, tanks opened, radios tested. The familiar weight of the turnout gear usually gives me comfort, like armor. But that night it felt, I don't know, insufficient somehow. We entered through a maintenance room at the back of the building. The door was already busted open, probably vandals or squatters. The maintenance room was cluttered with old tools and equipment, all covered in a thick layer of dust, except for a clear path that had been walked many times before. The smoke wasn't too bad on the 1st floor, just a light haze hanging in the air. We found the stairs and made our way up to the 2nd floor, where it got much thicker. I remember thinking how eerily quiet it was. Usually when we're fighting a fire, there's constant radio chatter, the roar of the flames, the hiss of water turning to steam. But here, it was just the sound of our breathing through the masks and our boots on the concrete floor. The layout was confusing as hell. Long corridors branching off in different directions, cell blocks, common areas, all of it gutted and decaying. The smoke made visibility even worse. We followed the smoke to its source, which turned out to be a small fire in what looked like an old laundry room. Someone had piled up some debris and set it on fire, probably just bored kids or homeless people looking for warmth. We knocked down the fire pretty quickly. Nothing spectacular about it. After ventilating the area, the lieutenant told us to do a quick sweep, to make sure there weren't any other hotspots. Then we'd back out. Standard procedure. That's when things got weird. I paired up with Mike, one of the guys from my station. We split off from the third guy to cover more ground. We were doing mop-up, which means checking for any remaining embers or hidden pockets of fire that could reignite. It's tedious work, but necessary. We were working our way down a long corridor when we came to an intersection where another hallway crossed ours. Mike went ahead to check a room about 20 feet down our corridor, while I stayed at the intersection, feeding the hose line to him as he moved. I was standing there, one hand on the hose, when I glanced down the perpendicular hallway to my right. It stretched about 60 or 70 feet before ending at what looked like a security door. The emergency lights from our gear provided the only illumination, casting strange shadows on the peeling paint and crumbling plaster. And that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow. But then I realized this was different. It wasn't cast by anything. It was just there, standing in the middle of the hallway, and it was darker than the darkness around it, if that makes any sense. Like a void in the shape of a person, except it wasn't person-sized. This thing was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and unnaturally thin, like someone had stretched a normal shadow vertically. I froze, completely. The hose went slack in my hand. I couldn't move, couldn't call out to Mike, couldn't do anything but stare at this thing. And then I noticed its eyes. 2 pinpoints of red light, like the dying embers of a fire. They weren't reflecting light. They were generating it, a dull, smoldering red glow that seemed to bore right through me. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like forever, but it was probably only about a minute. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring at me with those glowing red eyes. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs, the sweat beading inside my mask. My breathing was so loud in my ears that I was sure the thing could hear it too. Then Mike called out from behind me, "Jackson, I need more slack on the line. You good?" I couldn't respond. My throat had closed up completely. "Jackson?" Mike's voice again, closer this time. "You okay, man?" I managed to turn my head slightly, just enough to see Mike in my peripheral vision. When I looked back toward the hallway, the figure was gone. Just gone. No movement, no fading away. Nothing. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. "Earth to Jackson," Mike said, now right beside me. He put a hand on my shoulder and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Whoa, easy. What's got you so spooked?" I mumbled something about thinking I saw someone down the hall. Mike shined his flashlight in that direction, but of course there was nothing there. Just an empty corridor. "Probably just shadows playing tricks," he said. "This place is creepy as hell. Let's finish up and get out of here." I nodded and went through the motions of completing our sweep, but I was on autopilot. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Was it a hallucination, a trick of the light, or something else entirely? We finished the job and left the building. I didn't say anything to the others about what I'd seen. What was I going to say? "Hey guys, I saw a giant shadow person with glowing red eyes." They'd think I was losing it. The drive back to the station was a blur. I kept seeing those red eyes every time I blinked. I barely slept that night, and for weeks afterward, I had nightmares about that figure. Sometimes it was chasing me through endless corridors. Sometimes it was standing at the foot of my bed, but always those eyes burning into me. I tried to rationalize it. Stress, exhaustion, the power of suggestion in a notoriously haunted location. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. Or at least, as real as something like that can be. About 3 months later, in January, I was working a shift with Sarah, who had transferred from Station 8, the one that covers the hospital district. We were cleaning equipment after a call, and I don't know why, but I felt comfortable enough to bring it up. "Hey Sarah," I said, trying to sound casual. "You ever respond to any calls at Central State when you were at 8? She nodded. "All the time. Usually false alarms or small fires set by trespassers." You ever experience anything unusual there?" She paused what she was doing and gave me a curious look. "What do you mean by unusual?" I hesitated, then decided to just go for it. "I responded to a fire at the old prison building a few months back, and I think I saw something. It was like a shadow," she interrupted, her face going pale. "Taller than a person, really skinny, with red eyes." My blood ran cold. I hadn't mentioned a single detail about what I'd seen, yet she had just described it perfectly. "How did you know that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Sarah set down the hose she was cleaning and sat on the bench. "Because I saw the exact same thing during a pre-fire planning walkthrough last year. Broad daylight in the Powell building on the opposite side of campus." I sat down beside her, my legs suddenly feeling weak. "What happened?" "We were checking the sprinkler system, mapping out the building. I got separated from my partner for maybe 2 minutes. I turned a corner and there it was, at the end of the hallway, just like you described, impossibly dark, unnaturally tall and thin, with those eyes." She shuddered at the memory. It didn't move, just stared at me. When my partner called my name, I looked away for a second, and when I looked back, it was gone. We sat in silence for a while, both of us processing the fact that we had seen the same inexplicable entity in 2 completely different buildings, months apart. "Have you told anyone else?" I finally asked. She shook her head. "Who would believe it? But there are rumors among the staff who used to work there. They say that thing has been seen all over the campus, not just in one building. Like it's not bound to a specific location, but to the entire institution." That was somehow worse than if it had been tied to the prison building. The idea that this entity could be anywhere on those grounds, that it moved freely among the abandoned structures, watching, waiting. "What do you think it is?" I asked. Sarah shrugged. "No idea. But Central State wasn't just any hospital. Thousands of people suffered and died there over the decades. Some of them were subjected to horrible treatments, lobotomies, electroshock, isolation. If anything could leave a mark on a place. I've been back to Central State twice since then for calls. Both times, I've felt like I was being watched. That prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the feeling of eyes following my every move. But I haven't seen the figure again. Part of me is relieved, but another part is terrified by the thought that it might still be there, hidden in the shadows, waiting. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely, but I know it was real, and I know I never want to see those burning red eyes again. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, convinced there's something standing in the dark corner of my bedroom, something impossibly tall and thin, watching me with eyes like dying embers. And in those moments, I can't help but wonder, did I really leave it behind at Central State, or did some part of it follow me home? Story 13. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 3 months, and I've barely told anyone besides my sister. We both experienced it, and we still don't have answers. I guess I'm sharing this now because keeping it bottled up is driving me crazy, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was the 2nd weekend of July, and my sister Amber and I decided to attend a bonfire at my friend Tyler's house. His parents own this beautiful property about 15 minutes outside our small town. Plenty of land, no close neighbors, perfect for summer gatherings. Tyler had been hosting these bonfires since high school, and they were usually fun, laid-back nights with about 20 people, some drinks, music, and catching up. The evening started normally enough. We arrived around 8, just as the sun was setting. Tyler had built this massive fire pit a few years back, stones arranged in a perfect circle with logs positioned around it for seating. Most of our usual group was already there. I remember the sky had this gorgeous orange-pink color, and it was that perfect summer temperature where you don't even notice the air around you. For the first few hours, everything was completely normal. People were talking, laughing, drinking beers, and roasting marshmallows. Tyler had his playlist going through a portable speaker, mostly indie folk stuff that matched the vibe perfectly. Amber was having a good time too, even though she didn't know everyone as well as I did. She's 2 years younger than me and had just moved back after finishing college. Around 11:30, things started winding down. The fire had been going for hours and was dying out, becoming mostly embers with occasional flames. About half the people had already left, and the rest of us were just sitting around, having quiet conversations. That's when it happened. The first weird thing of the night. Someone, I think it was Tyler's roommate Chris, grabbed this large piece of cardboard from a pile of trash they were planning to burn and tossed it onto the fire. It was a flattened box, probably around 3 feet wide. At first it just sat on top of the embers, slowly catching fire around the edges. Then suddenly this gust of wind came out of nowhere. It wasn't even a windy night, but this strong burst just swept through the yard. The cardboard caught the updraft and rose up, hovering about 4 feet above the fire pit. As it stayed suspended there, the flames started burning these irregular holes through it. I'm not typically the superstitious type, but something about the way those holes formed made my skin crawl. 2 large holes appeared near the top, uneven and jagged. Below them, a longer horizontal hole formed. The fire behind it illuminated these holes, and with flames licking through them, it looked exactly like a face. 2 burning eyes and a mouth with fire pouring out. It hovered there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 20 seconds. I remember looking around to see if anyone else was seeing what I was seeing, and a few people had gone quiet, staring at it. Then the cardboard collapsed back into the fire and burned away completely. "That was weird," I said, trying to laugh it off. Tyler just shrugged and said something about it being cool, but I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. It wasn't just that it looked like a face, it was the way it had stayed suspended for so long, and how perfectly those holes had formed. It felt intentional, which I know sounds ridiculous. By midnight, Amber and I decided to head home. We said our goodbyes, got into my car, and started the drive back. We live about 20 minutes from Tyler's place, most of it along this winding country road that runs through a heavily wooded area before connecting to the main highway. We were maybe 5 minutes from our house on the last stretch of road before our neighborhood when Amber brought up the cardboard. "That burning face thing was creepy as hell," she said, scrolling through her phone. "Did you see how it just hung there?" "Yeah. I didn't want to say anything, but it freaked me out a little," I admitted. "It reminded me of those stories Grandma used to tell about—" She never finished that sentence. As we rounded a bend, something darted toward our car from the right side of the road. It was so sudden that I instinctively swerved, jerking the wheel hard to avoid hitting it. "Jesus!" I shouted, as the car veered onto the shoulder before I regained control. "Did you see that? Was that a deer?" I slowed down and pulled over, my heart pounding. Whatever it was, it had been heading straight for my front tire. "I don't think it was a deer," Amber said, her voice tight. "It was too low to the ground. Maybe a dog." We both peered out the windows into the darkness. The road was empty, no sign of any animal. I put the car in park and turned on my high beams, illuminating the roadside. There was nothing there, no animal, dead or alive, and nowhere it could have hidden that quickly. The shoulder was clear, and beyond it was just an open field with no trees or bushes for at least 100 feet. "That's weird," I said, a chill running up my spine despite the warm night. "I swear something ran right at us." "I saw it too," Amber confirmed. "It was dark, but I definitely saw something." The uneasiness I'd felt at the bonfire returned, stronger now. I didn't want to stay there any longer, so I put the car back in drive and continued toward home, driving more cautiously than before. We pulled into our driveway about 5 minutes later, both of us silent during the rest of the drive. Our house is at the end of a cul-de-sac, set back a bit from the street with a long driveway and a front yard surrounded by tall oak trees. As I turned off the engine, I expected to feel relief, that comfort of arriving home after a strange experience. Instead, I was hit with the most overwhelming sense of dread I've ever felt in my life. I couldn't explain it, but I suddenly felt terrified of getting out of the car. It wasn't just anxiety or nervousness, this was primal fear, the kind that makes your body freeze and your breath catch in your throat. I didn't want to approach our house. Something felt wrong. I was about to ask Amber if she was ready to go inside when she spoke first. "Jess," she whispered, "do you feel that?" The fact that she felt it too made it 1,000 times worse. I nodded, unable to find my voice for a moment. "I don't want to get out," I finally managed to say. "Me neither," she replied, her eyes wide as she stared at our darkened porch. "Something doesn't feel right." We sat there, engine off, staring at our own house like it was someplace foreign and threatening. There was nothing visibly wrong, no strange cars, no open doors or windows, no shadowy figures moving around. The house looked exactly as we'd left it earlier that evening, but the feeling of being watched, of something malevolent waiting for us, was overwhelming. "Maybe we should call Mom and Dad," Amber suggested. "Our parents were out of town for the weekend, visiting relatives. And say what? That we're scared to go into our own house for no reason?" I tried to laugh, but it came out strained. Just as I finished speaking, the interior lights of my car suddenly turned on, not gradually like they normally do when you open a door. They flashed on instantly, all at once. Neither of us had touched anything. Amber let out a small scream, and I felt my heart rate double. The light stayed on for about 5 seconds, then shut off again, plunging us back into darkness. "What the fuck?" I whispered. "That's never happened before." "We need to go inside," Amber said firmly, though her voice was shaking. "We can't just sit out here all night." She was right, of course, but the thought of walking from the car to the front door, maybe 30 feet total, felt like contemplating a journey through a war zone. "Okay," I said, taking a deep breath. "We'll go together. On 3. We counted down, then simultaneously opened our doors and stepped out into the night. The summer air felt unusually cold against my skin, and every sound, the distant barking of a neighbor's dog, the rustle of leaves in the trees, seemed amplified and threatening. We clung to each other like children, my arm wrapped tightly around Amber's shoulders as we walked slowly toward the house. My legs felt heavy, each step requiring conscious effort. The porch loomed ahead of us, dark except for the faint glow of the moon reflecting off the white railing. Then something happened that I still can't explain rationally. The porch light, which had been broken for over a year, with a bulb my dad had tried to replace multiple times but could never get working, suddenly turned on. It didn't just turn on, it began flickering rapidly, creating this strobe-like effect that made the porch seem to move and shift. I stopped in my tracks, and Amber's grip on my arm tightened painfully. "That light doesn't work," she said unnecessarily. We both knew it. "Maybe Dad fixed it before they left," I suggested, knowing it wasn't true. We stood frozen halfway between the car and the house. Going back seemed as impossible as going forward. The flickering light cast strange, dancing shadows across the lawn, making it seem like the darkness itself was alive and moving around us. When I finally forced myself to take another step forward, my phone suddenly started blaring music from my pocket. Full volume, some random song from my playlist. I nearly jumped out of my skin, fumbling to grab it with shaking hands. The thing is, I had turned my phone completely off before getting out of the car, not just locked, powered down. Yet here it was, somehow on and playing music at maximum volume. I managed to silence it, but by then I was trembling so badly I could barely hold on to it. The terror I felt was beyond anything I'd experienced before. This wasn't just fear of the dark or of being alone. This was the certainty that something was watching us, something that shouldn't exist in our world. We continued toward the house, each step feeling like we were moving through molasses. The porch seemed to stretch endlessly before us, the distance to the front door impossibly long. The flickering light created this disorienting effect where I couldn't quite trust what I was seeing in my peripheral vision. As we stepped onto the porch, I felt physically ill. My stomach cramped painfully, and I broke out in a cold sweat despite the summer night. Amber later told me she felt something press against her back as we walked, like a hand pushing her forward. I fumbled with my keys, dropping them twice before managing to get the right one into the lock. The whole time, that light kept flickering above us, casting our shadows in wild, distorted patterns across the porch. When the door finally swung open, we practically fell inside, slamming it shut behind us and locking it immediately. I hit the light switch with more force than necessary, flooding the entryway with bright, steady light. And just like that, the feeling was gone. It vanished so completely and suddenly that for a moment I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. The house felt normal, our familiar, comfortable home with nothing out of place or threatening. The terror that had gripped me seconds before dissipated like smoke. Amber and I looked at each other, both breathing hard. "Did you feel that?" she asked. "How it just stopped?" I nodded, like flipping a switch. We checked every room in the house, turned on all the lights, looked in all the closets. Nothing was disturbed, nothing was out of place. When we finally worked up the courage to look outside through the windows, the porch light was off again, not flickering, completely dead, just as it had been for the past year. Whatever had been out there, whatever had followed us from that bonfire, or appeared on our property, or manifested from that burning cardboard face, it was gone. It never came back, and the porch light never worked again. I still think about that night all the time, about what we might have seen on the road, about the inexplicable fear we both felt approaching our own home, about the impossible light and my phone turning itself on. I don't have explanations for any of it, and that's what keeps me awake some nights. The only thing I know for certain is that something was waiting for us that night, something that wanted us to know it was there, and for whatever reason, it couldn't or wouldn't cross our threshold. Story 14. I've never actually shared this story with anyone except my parents and a couple of close friends. It happened when I was 8 years old, but I still remember it as clearly as if it were yesterday. I'm 26 now, and to this day, I can't explain what happened that night in our backyard. My family lived in a small house in rural Plymouth. It wasn't too isolated. We had neighbors maybe a quarter-mile away on either side, but it was definitely what you'd call countryside. Our house backed onto some woods, and beyond that was mostly farmland and more forest. It was the kind of place where you could see every star in the sky at night. That summer, my little brother Harry, who was 6 at the time, and I had been begging our parents to let us camp in the backyard. We'd been obsessed with adventure books and wanted to have our own outdoor experience. After weeks of pleading, they finally agreed, probably just to shut us up. Our dad helped us set up this old blue tent that had been gathering dust in the garage. It wasn't anything fancy, just big enough for 2 sleeping bags and our backpacks. We spent the afternoon getting everything ready, filling our bags with snacks, flashlights, comic books, and of course, our Nerf guns. Those guns were essential in our minds. They would protect us from any monsters or wild animals that might come by. As evening approached, we ate dinner with our parents on the back porch. Mom made us hot dogs and s'mores over the little fire pit. Dad told some mild, scary stories, nothing too intense since Harry was easily frightened. They were the usual campfire tales about hikers getting lost and hearing strange noises, but nothing that would actually give us nightmares. When it started getting dark, we played spotlight around the yard. Dad would shine the big flashlight and we'd run and hide, trying not to get caught in the beam. Then we switched to hide and seek, using the whole backyard as our playing field. I remember hiding behind the shed and Harry nearly wetting himself when I jumped out at him. Around 9 o'clock, our parents told us it was time to settle down. They checked that our tent was secure, made sure we had our flashlights and water bottles, and reminded us that we could come inside at any time if we got scared. The back door would be unlocked, and their bedroom window faced the yard so they could hear us if we called. "You boys sleep well, and no staying up all night reading comics," Mom said, zipping up the tent flap. After they went inside, Harry and I lay in our sleeping bags, whispering about what we'd do if a fox or a badger came near the tent. We had our Nerf guns positioned right next to our pillows, ready for action. We read comics with our flashlights for about an hour before Harry started yawning. "We should go to sleep," I said, trying to sound responsible like our dad. "We need to be alert in case anything happens." Harry nodded and switched off his flashlight. I did the same, and the tent went completely dark, except for the faint glow from the porch light filtering through the thin blue fabric. I could hear crickets chirping, the occasional rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, and Harry's breathing as he quickly fell asleep. I don't know exactly when I dozed off, but I remember waking up feeling cold. The night had gotten chillier than we expected. I was half asleep as I fumbled to pull my sleeping bag back up over my shoulders. According to the little digital watch I had, one of those with the glow-in-the-dark button, it was around 2 in the morning. I was just starting to drift back to sleep when I heard something. At first, it was so faint I thought it might be the wind or maybe our parents checking on us, but then it became more distinct. It wasn't a natural sound, not an animal or the house settling. Then I heard it clearly, a whisper of my name. Stephen. It was soft but unmistakable. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. My first thought was that Harry was playing a trick on me. He loved to prank me, especially when he thought I was asleep. I turned toward him, ready to tell him to knock it off, but I could see his outline in the dim light. He was completely still, his breathing deep and regular. He was definitely asleep. "Harry," I whispered, poking his shoulder. "Harry, wake up." He mumbled something incoherent and rolled over, not waking up. That's when I heard it again. "Stephen." This time it was clearer, and I could tell exactly where it was coming from, directly behind my right shoulder, inside the tent with us. It sounded like someone was leaning over me, their mouth just inches from my ear. The voice wasn't like anything I'd heard before. It wasn't Mom or Dad. It wasn't Harry. It wasn't even a kid's voice or a grown-up's voice I recognized. It was strange, almost like a whisper and a hum combined. Not threatening exactly, but definitely not normal. I was absolutely terrified. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. It felt like my whole body had turned to ice. I just lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the tent wall, afraid to turn around. I tried to wake Harry again, shaking him harder this time, but he just grumbled and pulled his sleeping bag over his head. How could he sleep through this? How could he not hear it? Stephen. The third time was the worst. It was closer, more insistent. There was a quality to it that's hard to explain, almost like it was coming from inside my own head. But I knew it wasn't my imagination. In that moment, I did the only thing my 8-year-old brain could think of. I grabbed my Nerf gun, pulled my sleeping bag over my head, and squeezed my eyes shut. I stuffed my fingers in my ears, but somehow I could still hear it. That weird, whispery voice saying my name. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It felt like hours. I was too scared to check my watch, too scared to move. I kept waiting for something to grab me or for the voice to say something else. But it didn't. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was streaming through the tent. Harry was already awake, digging through his backpack for the cookies we'd smuggled in. He looked completely normal, completely fine. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" I asked him, trying to sound casual. He looked at me blankly. "Like what?" "Like someone saying my name?" Harry just shrugged. "Nope, I slept great. Can we have the cookies for breakfast before Mom and Dad wake up?" I tried to tell myself it had been a dream or my imagination, but it wasn't. I know the difference between dreams and reality, even back then. This was real. Someone or something had been in that tent with us, calling my name, and only I could hear it. We ended up going inside for proper breakfast, and I never mentioned it to my parents. What would I say? That a voice that wasn't there called my name 3 times. They'd think I had a nightmare or was making it up for attention. We never camped in the backyard again. I always made excuses. It was too cold, too hot, might rain, homework to do. Anything to avoid spending another night in that tent. Eventually, Harry lost interest too, and the tent went back to gathering dust in the garage. Years passed. We moved away from that house when I was 13, and I was secretly relieved. Sometimes I'd have moments where I'd wake up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard that voice again, but it was never as clear or as real as that night in the tent. I've tried researching similar experiences. I've read about all kinds of phenomena, auditory hallucinations, sleep paralysis, local legends about spirits in the woods behind our old house. None of them quite match what I experienced. Sleep paralysis comes closest, but I could move. I shook Harry, I grabbed my Nerf gun, I just chose to hide instead of run. One thing that still bothers me is why it only called my name. Why not Harry's? Why didn't it do anything else? What did it want from me? I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters under the bed, but I know what I heard that night. It was real. It was there with us in that tent. And whatever it was, it knew my name. Not just Steve like everyone called me, but Stephen. My full name that hardly anyone used. To this day, I hate camping. My friends think it's weird that I always refuse their invitations to music festivals or hiking trips that involve tents. I've never told them the real reason. How do you explain to people that you're afraid of a voice that might call your name in the darkness? They'd think I was crazy, so that's my story. Whatever was in that tent with us 18 years ago, I still have no explanation for it. I don't know if it was trying to warn me about something, threaten me, or just make contact. All I know is that I've never felt the same sense of absolute certainty that I wasn't alone, even when I was. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep at night, I still find myself holding my breath, listening for that whisper that knows my name. Story 15. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me after that stupid Ouija board night at Jessica's house. My mom knows bits and pieces, but even she doesn't believe me. She thinks I'm making it up, or that I'm having some kind of mental breakdown. I'm not. I know what I've seen. I know what's been happening to me. It all started about a year ago during Jessica's 16th birthday sleepover. There were 5 of us, and someone, I think it was Maddie, suggested we use the Ouija board her older brother had bought as a joke. None of us really believed in that stuff. I mean, we were nervous and giggly about it, but we thought it was just going to be one of us pushing the planchette around to freak everyone out. We turned off all the lights, except for a few candles, and sat in a circle on Jessica's bedroom floor. At first, nothing happened. We asked if anyone was there, and the planchette didn't move. We were about to give up when it suddenly jerked toward yes. I remember looking at everyone's faces, trying to figure out who was moving it. No one would admit to it. We continued asking questions, and we supposedly made contact with 4 different spirits. 2 little boys who had drowned in the lake behind Jessica's neighborhood in the 1970s, a college-aged guy who had died in a car accident in the 90s, and an old man who wouldn't tell us how he died, but kept spelling out the word warn. When we asked what he was warning us about, the planchette moved so violently it flew off the board. We all screamed, and Jessica's mum came running in. We laughed it off, said we were just being silly, and her mum went back downstairs. But none of us wanted to touch the board again that night. I didn't think much of it afterward. I assumed someone had been pushing the planchette the whole time, but 3 days later, things started happening at my house. It began with small things I could easily dismiss. My phone, which I'd placed on the kitchen counter while making a sandwich, suddenly slid off and crashed onto the tile floor. The screen shattered completely. I figured maybe the counter was uneven or there was water underneath it. Then my headphones started disappearing. I'd put them on my nightstand before bed, and in the morning they'd be gone. I'd find them in weird places, inside my shoes, behind the toilet, once even in the freezer. My mum got annoyed, thinking I was being careless. But it was the things that happened in my bedroom that really started to scare me. I live in the basement. It's been converted into a nice bedroom with its own bathroom, and I used to love having my own space away from everyone else. Now I hate it. About a month after the Ouija board night, I started waking up at 3:15 every morning with the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I'd open my eyes and see these faint outlines, sometimes white, sometimes black, floating across my room. They didn't have a defined shape, just sort of blob-like with tendrils that reached out. I'd blink, and they'd be gone. I started sleeping with the lights on, which pissed off my mom because of the electricity bill. But even that didn't help, because my reading lamp began to flicker. We changed the bulb 4 times. My dad checked the wiring. Nothing wrong with it, but it still flickered, especially when I was alone in the room. One night, about 6 months ago, I was doing homework on my computer when my mouse started moving by itself. The cursor just drifted across the screen and clicked on random files. I tried unplugging it and using the touchpad instead, but then my keyboard started typing gibberish. I slammed my laptop shut and ran upstairs. My mum found me crying at the kitchen table and asked what was wrong. I tried to explain, but she just sighed and said I was probably tired and seeing things. She suggested I was spending too much time on the internet reading creepy stories. That made me so angry. I wasn't making this up. The worst part is the feeling I get when I enter my room now. It's like walking through molasses. The air feels thick and heavy, and all my energy drains the moment I step through the doorway. Sometimes I have to force myself to cross the threshold, and once I'm inside, I feel this weight pressing down on me from all sides. But nothing prepared me for what happened yesterday. I had just come home from school. The house was empty because my mom was at work and my little brother was at soccer practice. I dropped my backpack by the front door and headed downstairs to change out of my jeans. The moment I opened my bedroom door, I felt that familiar heaviness, but it was 10 times worse than usual. The air was ice cold, even though it was 75 degrees outside. My breath came out in visible puffs, like it was the middle of winter. I was about to turn around and leave when I saw her. Standing in the corner by my closet was a girl. She looked about 12 or 13, tall and thin, with long, straight hair, but where her face should have been, there was just nothing. A blank smoothness, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, just nothing. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just stood there, frozen, as she slowly turned her faceless head toward me, and even though she had no eyes, I knew she was looking right at me. I could feel her gaze boring into me. The worst part wasn't that she was faceless, it was what I felt radiating from her. This overwhelming sense of sadness and tragedy, like her entire existence was nothing but pain and suffering. It crashed over me in waves, making my chest tight and my eyes burn with tears that weren't even mine. I don't know how long we stood there staring at each other. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time seemed to stop. Finally, I managed to whisper, "What do you want from me?" She didn't answer. How could she without a mouth? But she raised one hand and pointed directly at my chest. Not at me, but at something inside me. Then she flickered, like a bad TV signal, and vanished. I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bathroom, hyperventilating. When my mum got home, I was still sitting on the bathroom floor, shaking. I tried to tell her what I'd seen, but she just gave me that look. The one that says she thinks I'm either lying or losing my mind. She did suggest, though, that if I really was seeing spirits, it might be a relative who hadn't crossed over yet. She said some nonsense about how our family has always been sensitive to these things, but I could tell she didn't really believe it. She was just humoring me. Last night, I refused to sleep in my room. I camped out on the living room couch, but I didn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that faceless girl pointing at my chest. Today, I'm sitting in the school library writing this down because I'm too scared to go home. I haven't slept properly in months. My grades are slipping. My friends think I've gone weird because I refuse to hang out at anyone's house after dark. I jump at every sound and flinch at every shadow. I know this all started with that Ouija board. We contacted something, or maybe it was waiting for an opportunity, and we just opened the door. But why is it attached to me? Why not Jessica or any of the other girls who were there that night? I've tried researching how to get rid of unwanted spirits. I even secretly bought some sage and tried to cleanse my room while my parents were out. Nothing works. If anything, the activity has gotten worse since I tried to banish whatever it is. The most terrifying thing happened just an hour ago. I was in the bathroom during lunch period, splashing water on my face to try and stay awake. When I looked up into the mirror, I saw the faceless girl standing behind me. This time, she was close enough that I could have reached out and touched her. She raised her hand again, pointing at my chest, and then slowly moved her finger up to her own blank face. I spun around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, I saw myself, but something was wrong. For just a split second, my face seemed to blur and smooth out, becoming featureless just like hers. I ran out of the bathroom so fast I knocked over a freshman girl. I didn't even stop to apologize. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm afraid to go home. I'm afraid to look in mirrors. I'm afraid to close my eyes. Whatever this thing is, it's getting stronger, and it wants something from me. I think it wants to take something from me. Sometimes I wonder if I should try to communicate with it again, maybe use another Ouija board to find out what it wants. But I'm terrified that would just make things worse, open the door even wider. I'm writing this partly to get it all out, partly in hopes that someone might know what to do. I can't keep living like this. The lack of sleep is making everything worse. I'm starting to see shadows move even in broad daylight. Sometimes I hear whispering when I'm alone. The bell just rang. School's over, and I have to go home. My mom will be at work for another 4 hours. I'll be alone in the house, alone with whatever is waiting for me in my bedroom. I just want it to stop. I want to sleep through the night without waking up feeling watched. I want to look in the mirror and just see myself. I want to not be afraid all the time. Wait, I just got a text from my mom. She says she found my headphones in the attic this morning. We don't go up to the attic, ever. There's no reason for my headphones to be there. And now my phone screen is going crazy, glitching out with these black and white lines running across it. I can barely read what I'm typing. The library lights are flickering. Everyone else is acting normal, like they don't notice. But I can feel the air getting heavier, like it does in my room. She's here. I can sense her. Right behind me. I don't want to turn around. I don't want to see her faceless head. I don't want to feel that overwhelming sadness again. But I can feel her getting closer. The air is so cold now. My fingers are stiff as I type this. I think I know what she wants now. She doesn't want to take something from me. She wants to give me something. Her emptiness. Her nothingness. She wants me to be like her. I have to go. I have to run. I don't know where, but I can't stay here. She's getting closer. I can feel her breath on my neck, even though she doesn't have a mouth to breathe with. How is that possible? How? Story 16. I still get chills typing this out, and it's been 3 weeks since our class trip to Washington, D.C. I'm 17, and nothing in my life had prepared me for what happened that night in the hotel. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or demons or whatever, but what I experienced with my roommates Jess and Kate has completely messed with my head. Our history teacher, Mr. Peterson, had organized this trip for our AP US history class. 42 students packed onto a bus for a 5-hour drive to see the monuments and museums. We were staying at this older hotel downtown, nothing fancy but decent enough. 3 girls to a room. I was with Jess, who I've known since middle school, and Kate, who transferred to our school last year. We'd spent the whole day walking around the National Mall. My feet were killing me by dinner, and all I wanted was to crash. We got back to our room, 317, around 9:30. The room was pretty standard. 2 queen beds, a small bathroom, a TV on a dresser, and this weird cabinet thing next to the AC unit. Jess fell asleep almost immediately. That girl can sleep through anything, always the first one out at sleepovers. Kate jumped in the shower, and I was sitting on my bed scrolling through Instagram, trying to find a good filter for the pictures I'd taken at the Lincoln Memorial. It was around 10 when I first heard it, this weird mumbling sound, almost like humming, but with words I couldn't make out. It was super quiet, and I thought maybe it was just Jess talking in her sleep. She does that sometimes. But when I looked over at her, her mouth wasn't moving. The sound seemed to be coming from somewhere between her bed and that cabinet. I turned up the volume on my phone to drown it out, but it kept bothering me. It sounded vaguely like Jess's voice, but off somehow, like someone trying to imitate her but not quite getting it right. Kate came out of the bathroom a few minutes later, hair wrapped in a towel. "Hey, were you humming or something in there?" I asked her. She looked at me weird. "No, why?" I explained what I'd heard, and she got this look on her face that made my stomach drop. "So last night," she said, sitting down on the edge of my bed, "I heard this weird tapping sound. It woke me up around 2 in the morning, and it sounded like it was coming from that cabinet." She pointed to the small cabinet by the AC unit. "I thought maybe the AC was loose or something, so I got up to check, but when I opened it, there was nothing there, just empty shelves. But the tapping kept going for like 5 minutes, then just stopped." I remember laughing nervously. "Why didn't you say something earlier?" "Because it sounds stupid in daylight," she said. "I figured it was just the building settling or whatever." Right as she finished saying that, we both heard it. A distinct tapping sound coming from the direction of the cabinet. 3 taps, then silence. 3 more taps, then silence. "That's exactly what I heard last night," Kate whispered. The rational part of my brain was searching for explanations. Pipes in the walls, someone in the next room, the AC unit getting ready to turn on. But then the air conditioning did kick on, and it made everything worse. It wasn't the normal continuous hum of an air conditioner. It was pulsing, like someone was repeatedly pressing the power button, on, off, on, off, on, off, but not randomly. It had this rhythm to it, almost like breathing, in, out, in, out. Kate and I just stared at each other. Jess was still sound asleep, completely oblivious. I suddenly felt freezing cold, despite the fact that it was May, and not that cold outside. "I'm scared," Kate whispered, and I could see goosebumps on her arms. I was terrified too, but trying not to show it. "It's just the AC being weird," I said, but my voice cracked. That's when Kate spotted the Bible in the nightstand drawer. Neither of us is particularly religious. I mean, I went to church as a kid, but that's about it. But Kate grabbed that Bible like it was a lifeline. "My grandma always said if there's something bad happening, you read scripture," she said, clutching it to her chest. Part of me wanted to laugh, but a bigger part of me was relieved she'd grabbed it. We sat side by side on my bed, and Kate opened it to a random page. I don't even remember what she read. Something from Psalms, I think. We decided to turn off the main light and just leave the small lamp on so we could see the Bible. As soon as the room got darker, the tapping stopped. For about 30 seconds, there was complete silence. Even the pulsing AC seemed to pause. Then 3 loud, deliberate knocks came from the cabinet. Not taps anymore. Knocks, like someone using their knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. Kate started crying softly. "That's 3 knocks," she whispered. "My grandma says demons knock 3 times to mock the Holy Trinity. I'm not sure I believe that, but in that moment it made perfect, terrifying sense. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My chest was so tight and my hands were shaking as I reached for my phone to call. Who? The front desk? What would I even say? "Hi, we think there's a demon in our hotel room. Let's try to sleep," I suggested, though I knew it was impossible, with the lamp on. Kate nodded, but her face was pale and tear-streaked. She climbed into bed beside me. Neither of us wanted to sleep alone, and we put the Bible between us, like some kind of shield. I laid there with my eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. The digital clock on the nightstand read 11:23. The room felt wrong somehow, like the air was thicker, the lamp cast weird shadows on the walls, and I kept thinking I saw movement in the corners of my eyes. What happened next is the part I've been trying to make sense of for weeks. I know I wasn't asleep. I know because I was too scared to close my eyes, and I was watching the minutes tick by on that clock. 11:39, 11:40, 11:41. The room started getting darker, but not everywhere. It was like the darkness was gathering in the corners, getting deeper, while a patch of floor near the cabinet began to glow. Not like light from outside or anything I could explain. It was a dull, greenish glow, like those glow-in-the-dark stars kids put on their ceilings. And then I saw it. In the corner, furthest from our bed, something was taking shape. It started as just a darker patch of shadow, but then it stretched upward, tall, too tall for the room, its head bent slightly against the ceiling. Skinny arms, impossibly long fingers. It didn't move toward us. It just stood there, watching. I couldn't scream. My voice was completely gone. I could feel Kate trembling beside me, so I knew she saw it too. The only sound in the room was Jess's soft breathing from the other bed, still somehow asleep through all of this. I don't know how long we stared at that figure. Time felt broken. But eventually, I managed to move my arm, fumbling for the lamp switch. When the light came back on full brightness, the figure was gone, but the feeling of being watched remained. Kate and I both broke down, sobbing. We held on to each other, the Bible still between us, and kept every light in that room on for the rest of the night. I think we eventually passed out from exhaustion around 4 in the morning. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the curtains, and for a brief, blessed moment, I thought maybe it had all been a nightmare. But then I saw Kate's face, puffy eyes, tear stains on her cheeks, and knew it had been real. The weirdest part was Jess. She woke up completely refreshed, asking why we looked so terrible. When we tried to explain what had happened, she just looked confused. I didn't hear anything, she insisted. I slept great. I wanted to talk to someone about it, an adult, someone who could explain what we'd experienced, but I was afraid they'd think we were making it up or trying to get attention. But later that day, I overheard Mr. Peterson talking to the other chaperone, Mrs. Lee, about how Ryan from our class had come to them that morning, saying he'd felt something really wrong in his room and hadn't been able to sleep. I pulled Mr. Peterson aside after lunch and told him what had happened. I expected him to dismiss it, but instead, he got this serious look on his face and asked exactly which room we were in. When I told him 317, he nodded slowly. "I'll see about getting you girls moved to another room for tonight," was all he said. We did get moved, to the 3rd floor of the opposite wing. Mr. Peterson never explained why, and we were too relieved to question it. It's been 3 weeks, and I still wake up sometimes thinking I can hear that tapping sound. Kate and I have talked about it a few times, trying to make sense of what we saw. The thing is, it feels almost dreamlike now, but I know I wasn't dreaming. I remember Kate's face, the absolute terror in her eyes that mirrored my own. I remember the cold feeling that settled into my bones and stayed there for days. I've tried researching the hotel online, looking for stories about room 317 or the 3rd floor, but haven't found anything specific. Part of me wonders if whatever was in that room followed us home somehow. Sometimes I get the feeling that we saw something we weren't supposed to see, or that something happened after we fell asleep that our minds can't process. I don't know what was in that hotel room with us. I don't know if it was a ghost or a demon or just our imaginations feeding off each other. But I know that nothing has felt quite the same since that night. And sometimes when I'm alone in my room, I find myself reaching for a Bible just in case. Story 17. This happened about 4 years ago, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've never told anyone outside my family because it sounds so crazy, but I swear every word is true. My dad lives in this neighborhood on the edge of town that's absolutely overrun with cats, white cats specifically. I'm not talking like 2 or 3. I mean dozens of them. They're everywhere. Most of them have these stubby little bobtails from some genetic thing that apparently spread through the local population. The neighbors all feed them, so they just hang around and multiply. I was helping my dad fix his fence that weekend in July. It was hot as hell, and we'd been working since early morning. Around noon, I noticed this one cat standing by the bushes at the edge of the yard, just watching us. At first, I didn't think much of it. Cats are weird, right? But something felt off about this one. Unlike the other neighborhood cats with their stubby tails, this one had a full-length tail. It was skinny, not just slender like cats can be, but almost emaciated. It had these patchy areas where fur was missing, and it moved like something wasn't quite right with its joints. But the eyes, God, the eyes were what really got to me. They were this pale yellow color, but completely empty. Not like normal cat eyes that seem curious or alert. These were just vacant, like looking at glass marbles, but somehow they felt intensely focused on us at the same time. "Dad, what's up with that cat?" I asked, nodding toward the bushes. He glanced over and shrugged. "Probably one of the strays. Looks sick, though." We kept working, but I swear that cat didn't move for at least 2 hours. Every time I looked up, it was in exactly the same position, just staring. Eventually, I got creeped out enough that I walked toward it to shoo it away. The second I took a step in its direction, it backed into the bushes and disappeared. That night, I stayed for dinner at my dad's place. We had burgers on the grill, watched some baseball, and I lost track of time. Around 10 o'clock, I realized I needed to head home since I had work the next day. The streetlight near my dad's driveway has always been kind of dim, so I was using my phone flashlight to make sure I didn't trip over anything on the way to my car. That's when I saw it. Under the streetlight was the white cat from earlier. But it wasn't alive anymore. It was laid out on its side, and its stomach had been opened up. Not like a clean cut, more like something had torn into it and pulled everything out. The intestines were stretched out next to it in this sick, deliberate way, not just spilling out randomly like you'd expect. The skin around its face was pulled back, almost like it had been partially skinned. I nearly threw up on the spot. My first thought was some neighborhood kid must be seriously disturbed. Who the hell does that to an animal? I stood there frozen for a minute, trying to process what I was seeing. I thought about going back to tell my dad, but honestly, I didn't want him to have to see something so messed up. I figured I'd call animal control in the morning so they could properly dispose of it and maybe investigate. I took a quick picture with my phone, which I deleted later, couldn't stand looking at it, got in my car, and left. The whole drive home, I kept thinking about those dead eyes and how it had watched us all afternoon. The next morning, I woke up and immediately remembered the cat. I called my dad first thing. "Hey, did you see that dead cat by the streetlight this morning?" I asked when he picked up. "What dead cat?" He sounded confused. "The white one from yesterday. Someone, or something, killed it. It was right under the streetlight by your driveway when I left." "Jordan, there's nothing there. I'm looking out the window right now." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Are you sure? It was right there. It was really messed up, Dad. Someone gutted it." "I'm standing right where you're talking about. There's nothing here. No blood, no cat, nothing." I tried to convince myself that maybe someone had already removed it. Animal control, a neighbor, but it was barely 7 in the morning, and there should have been blood on the pavement. That image was burned into my brain. There was definitely blood. I tried to shake it off and went to work, but I couldn't focus. During my lunch break, I decided to drive by my dad's place, just to reassure myself. As I pulled up to his house, I almost crashed my car. There, sitting next to my dad's porch steps, was the white cat. The same white cat. I would recognize those patches of missing fur anywhere. The same skinny body, the same long tail that made it stand out from all the other neighborhood cats. And it was completely fine. No injuries. Nothing. I parked and just stared at it through my windshield. It stared right back at me, with those same empty yellow eyes. This time, it didn't run when I got out of the car. It just watched me approach, completely still, except for the very tip of its tail that twitched slightly. "Dad!" I called out. He came to the door, and I pointed at the cat. "That's the one. That's the cat I saw dead last night." He looked at the cat, then back at me with concern. "You sure? There are a lot of white cats around here." "I'm positive. Look at the tail. It's long, not bobbed like the others, and those patchy spots in the fur. It's the exact same cat." The cat just sat there the whole time we were talking, watching us with those empty eyes. Then my dad took a step toward it, and it calmly stood up and walked away, not running, not scared, just deliberately moving out of reach and into the neighbor's yard. "I don't know what to tell you, son. Maybe it was a different cat you saw." But I knew what I had seen. The image of that gutted cat under the streetlight was too vivid, too specific to be a mistake. I had to get back to work, so I left, feeling completely unsettled. That evening, my cousin Lisa called me. She'd been staying at my dad's house that week because her apartment was being fumigated. "Jordan, has your dad's house always made those noises at night?" she asked. "What noises?" "Like scratching on the walls outside, and this weird tapping sound. It kept me up half the night." My stomach dropped. "Did you look outside?" "No way. I'm not investigating creepy noises in the middle of the night, but it seemed to move around the house, like something was circling it, scratching at different spots." I didn't tell her about the cat. I didn't want to freak her out more than she already was. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next day was Saturday, and I went back to my dad's to finish helping with the fence. The cat was there again, in the exact same spot by the bushes, watching us work. My dad didn't seem bothered by it, but every time I looked up and saw those eyes fixed on me, my skin crawled. Around midday, I went inside to get some water. When I looked out the kitchen window, I saw the cat had moved closer to where my dad was working. It was sitting about 10 feet away from him, just staring. I rushed back outside. "Dad, that cat's getting closer." He glanced over at it. "It's just a cat, Jordan." "No, there's something wrong with it. I know how this sounds, but I swear I saw that exact cat dead 2 nights ago." My dad stopped working and looked at me with concern. "You feeling okay? You've been acting strange about this cat." I tried to explain, but how do you tell someone that you think you're dealing with something not natural? I couldn't find the words that wouldn't make me sound completely insane. That night, I decided to stay over. I told my dad and Lisa it was because I was too tired to drive home. But really, I wanted to hear these noises for myself. Around 2 in the morning, it started. A light scratching sound on the exterior wall, right next to where my head was on the couch. Scratch, scratch, pause. Scratch, scratch, pause. Then a tapping, like something hard hitting the siding. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, listening. The sounds moved slowly around the perimeter of the house, just like Lisa had described. It would stop for a few minutes, then start again in a different location. I wanted to look outside, but something in me was screaming not to. Don't acknowledge it. Don't let it know you hear it. In the morning, I checked the outside walls. There were no marks, no evidence of anything having scratched at the house. My dad thought I was losing it when I told him what I'd heard. That afternoon, I went to the local library and started researching. I don't know what made me think of it. Maybe all those stories my grandmother used to tell me. But I typed, "animal that dies and comes back," into the search bar. I fell down a rabbit hole of Native American folklore about skinwalkers, evil witches that can take the form of animals. The more I read, the more the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. According to the legends, skinwalkers often appeared as sickly versions of animals, with empty eyes. They would sometimes leave mutilated animals as a sign. They would circle homes at night, scratching and tapping to create fear. I'm not usually one for supernatural explanations, but nothing else made sense. How could that cat be dead one night, completely torn apart, and then perfectly fine the next day. How could there be no blood, no evidence of its death? When I drove back to my dad's house that evening to pick up my overnight bag, the cat was sitting in the middle of the driveway. It didn't move as my headlights swept over it. It just stared at me with those soulless yellow eyes. I stopped the car, and we looked at each other through the windshield. Then, I swear to God, it smiled. Not like a cat, like a person. Its mouth stretched in a way that cat mouths just don't move, pulling back to reveal too many teeth. I slammed the car into reverse and got out of there, called my dad from the road and made up some excuse about an emergency at work. Told him I'd get my stuff another day. It's been 4 years, and I've never seen that specific white cat again. But my dad still complains about the scratching at night. Lisa refuses to stay there anymore. And sometimes when I visit, I catch glimpses of white fur in my peripheral vision, always just disappearing around a corner or behind a bush. I think I cursed my dad's property just by noticing it, by acknowledging what it was, and I have no idea how to make it stop. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts. I'm not religious, don't buy into supernatural stuff, and always thought people who claimed to see spirits were either attention-seeking or had some undiagnosed mental health issues. That was until 6 months ago. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. I was in a tight spot with housing in London. My flat contract had expired, and I had literally nowhere to go. Being a broke 20-year-old student with barely enough to cover rent, I couldn't afford to be picky. I needed a roof over my head ASAP, so I Googled cheapest accommodation London and called the first number I saw. The landlord sounded nice enough over the phone, said it was a detached house with shared facilities, 4 other tenants, all in their 20s and 30s, and I could move in immediately. The price was suspiciously low for London, but I was desperate. I signed the contract online without viewing the place first. Big mistake. When I arrived, the house looked neglected, not uninhabitable, but definitely not what I'd call inviting. The garden was seriously overgrown, with weeds taller than me in some spots. The paint was peeling off the exterior walls, and there were these weird scratches on most of the windows, like someone had tried to claw their way in or out. The inside wasn't much better. Everything felt damp and cold, even though it was summer. There was this musty smell that seemed to cling to everything. The hallway light was broken, which meant the common areas were pitch black at night unless someone remembered to leave a door open to borrow light from another room. My flatmates seemed normal enough. There was Omar, a really devout guy who prayed 5 times a day. Lisa worked night shifts at a hospital. Kai was some kind of tech guy who worked from home, and Jordan was rarely around, said he traveled a lot for work. My room was on the 2nd floor. It wasn't great, small, with faded wallpaper and a wardrobe that smelled like mothballs, but the bed was comfortable enough. The window faced the driveway, which meant I could see who was coming and going. The weird stuff started happening almost immediately. I'd leave for uni in the morning with my curtains fully closed and come back to find them halfway open. At first I thought maybe the window wasn't properly sealed and the wind was moving them, but the window was always locked when I checked. This happened every single day. Then came the noises. Above my room was an attic that was always locked. The landlord had mentioned it was just storage and not part of our rental agreement. But nearly every night around 2 or 3 in the morning, I'd hear footsteps up there. Not just light creaking that could be explained by the house settling, but deliberate heavy stomping. Sometimes it sounded like children running back and forth, which was even more unsettling. The worst was the whispering. It was so faint I could never make out what was being said, but it was definitely voices, multiple voices, coming from that locked attic. I recorded it once on my phone, but when I played it back the next morning, there was nothing but static. What freaked me out more was that Omar, whose room was directly across from mine, never heard anything. When I asked him about it, he just shrugged and said the house was old, and old houses make noises. He never seemed bothered by anything. His room was always weirdly warm and cozy compared to the rest of the house, which felt like a freezer even with the heating cranked up. About 6 weeks after I moved in, Jordan announced he was moving out. He didn't give a reason, just said he'd found somewhere better. My friend Aidan from uni needed a place, so he took Jordan's room. Aidan's religious, raised in a strict Christian household. He doesn't believe in ghosts because his religion says when you die, you either go to heaven or hell, not hang around on earth scaring people. So when he started experiencing the same things I did, it hit him harder. 3 days after he moved in, we were eating dinner in the kitchen when Aidan suddenly went pale and dropped his fork. When I asked what was wrong, he just pointed at the garden window. I turned to look, but saw nothing. He insisted he'd seen a woman in a white dress float past the window and then vanish into thin air. I didn't see anything, but Aidan was genuinely terrified. He couldn't eat for the rest of the evening and kept looking over his shoulder. 2 nights later, around 4 in the morning, Aidan burst into my room, shaking and sweating. He said he'd woken up to his bed vibrating and then actually moving across the floor. He jumped out of bed and watched it slide a few inches before stopping. He spent the rest of the night on my floor, and the next day he moved out. Said he'd rather couch surf than spend another night in that house. A week after Aidan left, Lisa moved out too. She didn't say why, just that she'd found somewhere closer to the hospital. I was starting to get seriously freaked out, but I couldn't afford to break my 6-month contract. Omar left for Algeria to visit family for a few months, which meant for several weeks it was just me and Kai in this big, creepy house. Kai kept to himself mostly, and then announced he was going on vacation for 2 weeks. So for my final week in that house, I was completely alone. The night before I was due to move out, things escalated. The scratching on the windows, which had been occasional, became constant and aggressive. It sounded like multiple people dragging their nails down the glass all around the house. I tried to convince myself it was just tree branches in the wind, but there weren't any trees close enough to the house to touch the windows. I decided to take a shower to calm my nerves. The bathroom window was frosted and faced the back garden. As I was stepping out of the shower, I saw the silhouette of what looked like a large man standing outside the window, not moving, just standing there. I froze, dripping wet, staring at this shape. Then it slowly raised what looked like a hand and pressed it against the glass. I grabbed my towel, ran to my room, and locked the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. That's when the footsteps in the attic started again, louder than ever before. Heavy, deliberate steps pacing back and forth directly above my head, then a sound like furniture being dragged across the floor, then silence. I sat on my bed, back against the wall, wide awake until sunrise. I didn't dare move. At some point during the night, my doorknob turned. Someone or something tried to open my locked door. I heard whispers in the hallway, multiple voices, having what sounded like an argument. As soon as it was light outside, I threw my remaining belongings into my backpack and got the hell out of there. I left my key in the mailbox and never went back, even though I had paid until the end of the month. I later found out from a neighbor that the house had been empty for almost 2 years before our landlord bought it. The previous owners had moved out suddenly, and no one knew why. The neighbor mentioned rumors about a family tragedy, but wouldn't elaborate. I've tried researching the house's history, but there's nothing unusual in the public records. I've thought about contacting my former flatmates to see if they experienced anything else, but part of me doesn't want to know. Omar's room was the only one that never seemed affected by whatever was in that house. I've wondered if his religious practices somehow protected his space. When I helped him move his things out after he returned from Algeria, his room was noticeably warmer than the rest of the house, despite having been empty for months. I still can't explain what happened there. Sometimes I try to rationalize it. Old plumbing, wind in the eaves, neighborhood kids playing pranks. But then I remember the woman Aidan saw in the garden, the shape outside the bathroom window, the moving bed. And I know there's no rational explanation. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now, but something was in that house. Something that didn't want us there. I'm just glad I got out when I did. I still have nightmares about those footsteps in the attic and what might have happened if I'd ever found a way to open that locked door and go up there. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I can still hear those whispers. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts or paranormal stuff. I used to roll my eyes when friends would talk about feeling presences or whatever. That changed about 8 months ago. I still have trouble talking about it, but I need to get this off my chest. I started working at Meridian Marketing last March. It's a decent job with good benefits in this sleek downtown office building. All glass and chrome, built maybe 15 years ago. Nothing special, just your typical corporate environment with cubicles, conference rooms, and a break room that always smells like someone burned popcorn. From my first week, something felt off about the second floor women's bathroom. It's hard to explain. The lights were always a bit dimmer than they should be, despite maintenance checking them twice. The air felt heavier in there, colder too. I initially chalked it up to poor ventilation or just being in a new place. You know how your brain can make up weird stuff when you're adjusting to a new environment. But that feeling never went away. Every time I walked in, my skin would prickle, like someone was watching me. I started avoiding it when possible, using the bathroom on the 4th floor during lunch breaks instead. I felt stupid about it. I mean, it's just a bathroom, right? But that sense of dread was real. About 6 months into my job, I was working late on a proposal. Most of the office had cleared out, maybe 2 or 3 other people still around on different floors. I needed to use the bathroom, and the 2nd floor one was closest to my desk. I remember thinking, "Don't be ridiculous," as I pushed open the door. The bathroom was empty. 4 stalls, 3 sinks with those automatic faucets, paper towel dispensers, the usual setup. I went into the first stall and sat down. My husband had texted asking when I'd be home, and since I was alone, I decided to send him a voice text instead of typing. I held down the microphone button and said something like, "Hey babe, finishing up this proposal, should be home by 7:30. Love you." Nothing weird about that, right? When I got home that night, my husband asked me about that woman in my message. I had no idea what he was talking about. He played it back for me, and clear as day. After my message ended, there was another voice, a woman's voice, whispering but perfectly audible. Satan. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone in that bathroom, but I know I was alone. There were no other stalls occupied, no one washing their hands. The voice didn't sound like it was coming from outside the stall either. It sounded like it was right next to me when I recorded. I tried convincing myself it was just some weird audio glitch or interference from someone else's phone in the building. But deep down, I knew better. The next day, I reluctantly went back to that bathroom during lunch when others would be there. I stood in the middle of the room, looking around, trying to rationalize what happened. That's when I noticed one of the ceiling tiles directly above the stalls was pushed up slightly, creating a small dark gap. It wasn't like that before, I would have noticed. It looked almost like there was another floor or space above, just darkness. I asked a co-worker if she'd ever noticed it, and she just shrugged and said maintenance was probably checking something. For the next week, I avoided that bathroom completely. I'd take the elevator to different floors or wait until I got home. It was uncomfortable, but better than facing whatever was in there. Then came the day I'll never forget. It was a Wednesday in October. We'd had a morning meeting that ran long, and I'd been drinking coffee non-stop. By 11, I couldn't hold it anymore, and the 2nd floor bathroom was the only option unless I wanted to make an obvious trek to another floor during our busiest time. I pushed open the door slowly, half expecting, I don't know what. The bathroom was empty and silent, just the gentle hum of the ventilation system. I did my business quickly in the middle stall, avoiding the first one intentionally, then went to wash my hands. As I approached the sink, the faucet turned on by itself. Not unusual with those automatic sensors, right? Except I was still a good 3 feet away, way outside the sensor range. I froze, watching the water run. Then it stopped. I cautiously approached again, and it stayed off this time. My hands were shaking as I washed them. As I turned to the paper towel dispenser, it activated on its own, spitting out a length of paper towel before I even raised my hands. I backed away, heart pounding. These were motion-activated fixtures, but I know I wasn't close enough to trigger them. It felt deliberate, like something was acknowledging my presence, letting me know I wasn't alone. The worst part? I distinctly heard breathing. Not my own panicked breathing, but slow, measured breaths coming from the first stall, the one I had been in when I recorded that message. The stall door was open. No one was there. I ran out without drying my hands. Back at my desk, I couldn't focus. My co-worker Jessica asked if I was feeling okay, because apparently I looked white as a sheet. I mumbled something about feeling a bit sick. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that whispered word, Satan, and seeing that dark gap in the ceiling. What was up there? Was something watching us through that space? I started researching the building's history on my phone at 3 in the morning. Nothing came up. No accidents during construction, no reports of deaths, nothing that would explain a haunting. The next day, I forced myself to use different bathrooms, even though it meant walking to completely different parts of the building. I was starting to get strange looks from co-workers who noticed my bathroom avoidance. My supervisor even commented that I seemed distracted lately. By Friday, my bladder was killing me because I'd limited my liquid intake, trying to reduce bathroom breaks. Around 2 in the afternoon, I couldn't hold it anymore, and the bathrooms on other floors were being cleaned. With dread weighing on me like a physical thing, I headed to the second floor. The moment I pushed the door open, the temperature dropped noticeably. In October, in a climate-controlled building, I could see my breath. That's not normal. That's not possible. I almost turned around, but my bladder was screaming. Just be quick, I told myself. The bathroom appeared empty, but that feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I hurried into the third stall, furthest from the first one. As I sat down, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. My heart was racing so fast I could barely breathe. Then I heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from inside the wall of the first stall, like fingernails dragging slowly across the other side of the partition. I froze, unable to move, barely breathing. The scratching continued, moving up the wall, then across the ceiling, getting louder. It wasn't mice or building noises. It was deliberate, methodical, like something was trying to get through. I finished as quickly as humanly possible, not even bothering to properly adjust my clothing as I burst out of the stall. As I rushed to the sink, all 3 faucets turned on simultaneously at full blast. Hot steam rose from each sink, fogging the mirrors instantly. In the steam on the middle mirror, letters began to appear, as if drawn by an invisible finger. I see you. I ran. I didn't wash my hands. I didn't look back. I ran straight to my desk, grabbed my purse, and told my supervisor I was sick and needed to go home. I'm sure I looked terrified enough that she believed me. That weekend, I researched everything I could about office hauntings, paranormal activity, anything that might explain what was happening. I considered burning sage in the bathroom, but worried about setting off the fire alarms. I even thought about quitting my job, but in this economy, with my rent, not an option. Monday came, and I arrived early, determined to talk to our office manager about the ceiling tile at least. He seemed concerned and said he'd have maintenance check it out. By lunchtime, a maintenance guy had fixed the tile, pushing it back into place. He found nothing unusual in the ceiling space, just normal wiring and ventilation ducts, no evidence of anyone accessing it. I felt a little better, but still avoided the bathroom when possible. 3 days passed without incident. I started to think maybe whatever it was had moved on, or that I had imagined some of it due to stress. Then yesterday happened. I'd been drinking water all day because I'm trying to be healthier. By mid-afternoon, I couldn't hold it anymore. The fourth-floor bathroom was closed for cleaning, and I didn't have time to go to another floor because of back-to-back meetings. The second-floor bathroom was my only option. I stood outside the door for a full minute, gathering courage. The hallway was busy with people walking by, which made me feel safer. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Empty, normal, no cold spots, no strange feelings, just a regular bathroom. I almost laughed at myself for being so scared. I used the second stall this time and was washing my hands when I heard the main door open. Relieved to have company, I glanced up at the mirror to see who had come in. There was no reflection except my own, but I heard the door. I heard footsteps on the tile floor. I felt a presence behind me. In the mirror, I watched in horror as the first stall door swung open by itself, then closed, then locked with an audible click. I couldn't move. My feet felt cemented to the floor as I stared at the mirror, watching for any other movement. That's when I saw it. In the reflection, directly behind me, standing so close, I should have felt breath on my neck. A woman, pale, with long dark hair hanging over her face. Her uniform looked like an old-fashioned cleaning staff outfit, but dirty and torn. She lifted her head slowly, hair parting to reveal her face. Her eyes were completely black, and her mouth was stretched into an unnaturally wide smile. As I watched, frozen in terror, her mouth opened wider than humanly possible, jaw distending like a snake about to swallow prey. I screamed and spun around. Nothing was there. The bathroom was empty. I ran out and went straight to HR, demanding to work from home for the rest of the week, claiming a family emergency. They agreed, probably because I looked like I was having a breakdown. I'm writing this from my apartment now. I don't know what to do. I don't understand why this is happening or what that thing wants. I'm supposed to go back to the office on Monday, and the thought of using that bathroom again, or even being in the same building, makes me feel physically ill. But I need this job. I can't explain to my boss that I'm afraid of the bathroom ghost. They'll think I'm crazy. Maybe I am crazy. All I know is something is in that bathroom. Something that knows I've seen it. And I don't think it's going to stop. Story 20. I've debated posting this for years. It's something I've kept to myself since I was 16, but I think I'm finally ready to share. It's not exactly terrifying in the traditional sense, but it's the most unexplainable thing that's ever happened to me, and it still gives me chills when I think about it. When I was in elementary school, my mom brought home 2 Siamese kittens. She'd always loved cats, especially Siamese, and she'd finally convinced my dad to let us have pets. One was this absolutely gorgeous grey and white cat with the most striking blue eyes you've ever seen. That was Julian. The other was Rascal, who was, well, a mess. He was the runt, all scraggly and weak. The shelter was actually going to put him down because nobody wanted him, but my mom couldn't bear the thought of separating the brothers, so she took them both. It's funny how things work out sometimes. Rascal turned out to be this super social, affectionate cat who immediately bonded with me. He'd follow me everywhere, sleep on my bed, and come running whenever I called him. Julian, on the other hand, was really shy and standoffish with pretty much everyone except my sister and my mum. He'd hide whenever people came over, and he'd run away if my dad or I tried to pet him. It wasn't that he was mean or anything. He just clearly had his people, and I wasn't one of them. As the years went by, Julian stayed pretty much the same. Gorgeous but distant, at least with me. But he had this one quirk that was honestly the cutest thing. He loved pencil top erasers. You know those little pink ones you can stick on the end of a pencil? For whatever reason, he was obsessed with them. My sister would throw them and he'd fetch them like a dog, carrying them in his mouth and dropping them at her feet. It was their special game, and one of the few times you'd see Julian really come alive and be playful. My mom and sister thought it was the most adorable thing ever. My mom would buy these packs of erasers just for Julian to play with. They'd be scattered all over the house because he'd carry them around and hide them in weird places. I'd find them under the couch, in my shoes, everywhere. It was annoying sometimes, but it made my sister and mom so happy to see Julian playing. Fast forward to when I was in high school. I was 16, involved in the school musical, busy with homework, typical teenage stuff. Julian and Rascal were around 7 years old by then, both healthy and settled into their routines. Julian still avoided me for the most part, and Rascal was still my shadow. Then came that night in February. I remember it was a Thursday because I had stayed late at school for musical rehearsal. I was exhausted when I got home, ate dinner quickly, and crashed into bed around 9:30. I must have been asleep for maybe 2 hours when I was jolted awake by the most awful screaming coming from my sister's room. It was this raw, guttural sound that didn't even sound human. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I heard my dad running down the hall. I got up and followed him, still half asleep and confused. My sister's door was open, the light was on, and she was sobbing hysterically on her bed. My dad went to her, asking what was wrong, and she just kept pointing at Julian, who was lying beside her on the bed. At first glance, he looked like he was sleeping. But something was wrong. He was too still. My mum pushed past me into the room, took one look at Julian and started screaming too. She grabbed him, cradling him like a baby, but his body was limp. His beautiful blue eyes were half open but completely empty. My dad tried to calm my mum and sister down while I stood frozen in the doorway. I couldn't process what was happening. Julian had been fine at dinner. He'd eaten normally, played with my sister afterward, and then gone to bed with her like he always did. There had been no warning, no signs of illness, nothing to suggest that anything was wrong. He was only 7 years old. The next hour was a blur of crying and confusion. My mom was inconsolable. She kept saying over and over, "He was just here, he was just playing. How could this happen?" My sister wouldn't let go of Julian's favorite eraser, the one he'd been playing with earlier that evening. In her grief, my mom did something that I still find kind of weird, but I understand it was her way of processing. She carried Julian's body around to each of us so we could say goodbye. My dad reluctantly patted Julian's head, tears in his eyes, even though he and Julian had never been close. My sister was still sobbing too hard to do more than touch his paw. When my mom came to me, holding his body out, I just couldn't. I turned away. I mumbled something like, "I'm sorry," and went back to my room. I've always felt guilty about that. It wasn't that I didn't care, I did. But I've never been good with death, with seeing bodies. It freaked me out, and honestly, Julian and I never had a connection when he was alive, so it felt almost fake to pretend we did in death. But still, I should have said goodbye. My mom was hurt by my reaction, I could tell, but she didn't say anything. She was too deep in her own grief. That night I couldn't sleep. I could hear my sister crying through the wall, and occasionally my mom would go in to comfort her. Rascal seemed confused, wandering the house looking for his brother. Around 3 in the morning, he finally came into my room and curled up at the foot of my bed. But he wasn't himself. He was restless and kept making these soft, sad noises. The next day was Friday, and my mom let my sister stay home from school. I went, mainly because I had a math test I couldn't miss, but I was a zombie all day. When I got home, the house felt different, quieter, heavier. My dad had buried Julian in the backyard under his favorite tree while we were gone. My mom had made a little marker with his name on it. Rascal kept going to the window and looking out at the spot, like he somehow knew. That night, I was exhausted. Between the late rehearsal the night before, the shock of Julian's death and the emotional drain of the day, I could barely keep my eyes open after dinner. I went to bed early, around 8, and fell asleep almost instantly. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. My room was dark except for the faint glow of my alarm clock. I wasn't sure what had woken me at first, but then I felt it. The distinctive feeling of a cat walking across my legs on top of my comforter. I assumed it was Rascal, of course. He often slept with me, though he usually curled up right away instead of walking around. Still half asleep, I realized his footsteps felt different, lighter, more deliberate. Rascal had this way of plodding heavily across the bed, but this was daintier, somehow. I lifted my head slightly, expecting to see Rascal at the foot of my bed. There was nothing there. Nothing I could see, anyway, but I could still feel the weight moving, the gentle pressure of paws making their way up toward my pillow. I'm not going to lie. In that moment, I was terrified. I sat up quickly, switching on my bedside lamp with shaking hands. The feelings stopped immediately. My heart was racing as I scanned my room, looking for Rascal, telling myself it had to have been him, and I just didn't see him jump off the bed. That's when I saw it. On my desk chair, which was pushed neatly under my desk where I always left it, sat a single pink pencil top eraser. Just one, placed perfectly in the center of the seat. I stared at it, unable to move, unable to breathe. I absolutely knew that eraser had not been there when I went to bed. I had been doing homework at that desk before dinner, and there had been nothing on the chair when I pushed it in. As I stared at the eraser, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, my bedroom door, which had been closed, slowly creaked open. I nearly screamed until I saw Rascal cautiously poke his head in. He meowed softly, then trotted over to my bed and jumped up, settling beside me like he always did. But if Rascal had just come in, then what had been walking on my bed? I spent the rest of that night with the lights on, crying and holding Rascal close. I didn't tell anyone what happened, not my sister, not my mom. They were already devastated, and I didn't want to make their pain worse by suggesting Julian's spirit was somehow still in the house. Besides, a part of me felt like the experience had been meant just for me. You see, I think Julian came to give me the goodbye I'd refused to give him. Out of everyone in the family, I was the only one who hadn't properly said farewell. And even though we'd never been close in life, maybe in death he understood that I needed closure too. It's been over 10 years now. My family has had other cats since then, but none quite like Julian and Rascal. My sister still keeps one of Julian's erasers in a small box with his collar. My mum still gets teary-eyed when she talks about him. As for me, I kept that eraser from my chair. It's in my jewelry box, and sometimes when I'm feeling down or lost, I take it out and hold it. I never told my family about what happened that night. I think they'd find it comforting, but it also feels like a private moment between Julian and me. The connection we never had in life, found briefly after his death. I don't know what happens after we die. I don't know if our pets' spirits linger or if they can come back to visit us. All I know is what I felt that night. The weight of paws on my bed, the eraser that appeared out of nowhere, and the profound sense that Julian had come to let me say goodbye in my own way. It wasn't scary exactly, but it changed me forever. And sometimes, even now, I wake in the night to the faint sensation of light footsteps crossing my bed, gone as soon as I open my eyes. Story 21. I still don't know if I should be writing this. It's been 3 months since we moved out of that place, and I still wake up in cold sweats some nights. My husband James thinks therapy might help. But how do you explain to a therapist that you've been traumatized by ghosts? They'd think I'm having a psychotic break. We were so excited when we found that apartment near Charing Cross. A century-old building with character and history. That's what the estate agent called it. The rent was surprisingly affordable for central London, which should have been our first warning sign. But we were newlyweds, both with decent jobs, and we thought we'd scored the deal of a lifetime. The moment I stepped into that flat, something felt off. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt unwelcome? It wasn't just the musty smell or the dated wallpaper. There was something in the air, heavy, oppressive. I remember turning to James and seeing him shiver, though it was a warm May afternoon. "Just needs some fresh air," he said, forcing a smile and opening a window. The old frame creaked in protest, like the building itself was groaning. That first night, we were exhausted from moving boxes all day. We fell asleep almost immediately on our mattress on the floor. We hadn't even assembled the bed frame yet. I wish I could say we slept soundly. I dreamt of a blonde woman, not a gentle, friendly-looking woman, but someone with wild eyes and an inverted pentagram carved into her forehead. In the dream, she chased me through what looked like an old warehouse, screaming the same phrase over and over. "You can't break the devil!" Her voice wasn't human. It was guttural, deep, like someone had recorded a normal voice and slowed it down. I kept running, tripping over debris, feeling her get closer and closer until I woke up gasping for air, sweat soaking through my pajamas. James was already awake beside me, his face pale in the dim light filtering through our cheap temporary blinds. "Bad dream?" I asked, trying to steady my breathing. He nodded slowly. I saw people jumping from windows, dozens of them, like they'd rather die than face whatever was inside. We tried to laugh it off, blamed it on the stress of moving, the takeaway curry we'd had too late, anything rational, but I couldn't shake the feeling of that woman's eyes boring into mine, or the way she'd screamed those words. The next morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. My limbs were heavy, my head foggy. James seemed fine after his morning coffee, heading off to work with a kiss and a promise to pick up dinner on his way home. I had the day off to unpack and get the flat in order. As soon as he left, the heaviness returned. I tried to busy myself with unpacking kitchen boxes, but every task took enormous effort. It was like walking through molasses, each movement requiring conscious thought and energy I didn't have. By noon, I'd barely managed to unpack 3 boxes, and I had to sit down on the floor, my back against the kitchen cabinet, just to catch my breath. That's when I first noticed the walls. They seemed closer somehow. I know how that sounds, but I swear the kitchen felt smaller than it had that morning. I pressed my palms against the wall, half expecting it to give way, to reveal it was some kind of optical illusion. But no, it was solid, real, just wrong. I managed to drag myself to the bedroom for a nap, hoping it would clear whatever brain fog I was experiencing. As I passed the living room window, I saw her, a woman in a 1940s dress, staring out at the street, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. She wasn't solid. I could see the buildings across the street through her form, but she was undeniably there. "Hello?" My voice came out as a whisper. She didn't turn, didn't acknowledge me at all, just kept staring and crying. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran to the bedroom, slamming the door behind me. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, James was shaking me awake. The room was dark. I'd slept the entire afternoon away. "Liv, you okay? You didn't answer my texts." I sat up, disoriented. I saw someone in the flat. A woman by the window. His face creased with concern. "There's no one here, love. I checked all the rooms when I came in." Not a real woman, a ghost, I think. Even saying it out loud made me feel ridiculous. James sat on the edge of the bed. "You were probably still half asleep, hypnagogic hallucination or something." I wanted to believe him, but I knew what I'd seen. That night, I made James check every lock twice before we went to bed. I was exhausted, but terrified of sleeping, of what I might see in my dreams. Eventually, fatigue won out. I didn't dream of the blonde woman again. Instead, I woke around 3 in the morning with the distinct feeling of being watched. In the corner of our bedroom sat a small boy, maybe 7 or 8 years old, hugging his knees to his chest. His clothes were old-fashioned, short pants, a cap beside him on the floor. He wasn't crying, just staring at me with hollow eyes. I nudged James awake, my hand shaking. "There's a boy," I whispered, "in the corner." James sat up, squinting in the darkness. "Where?" "Right there, can't you see him?" James turned on the bedside lamp. The corner was empty. "He was there," I insisted. "A little boy. He looked scared." James pulled me close. It's this old building, makes weird shadows. Go back to sleep. But I couldn't. I lay awake until dawn, staring at that corner, feeling the boy's presence even though I couldn't see him anymore. The next day was Friday. I had to go to work, no matter how exhausted I felt. I dragged myself through the day, making stupid mistakes, unable to focus. My co-workers asked if I was coming down with something. I wished it was that simple. Walking home that evening, I took the shortcut through Bedford Street. It was drizzling lightly, the kind of soft rain that's so typically London. One moment I was hurrying along, thinking about what to make for dinner, and the next, the world shifted. The buildings around me were suddenly bombed out shells. Smoke filled the air, and I could hear distant sirens. People ran past me, their faces streaked with soot and terror. The sky was lit with searchlights, and the distinctive drone of planes overhead made my blood run cold. A woman grabbed my arm. "Get to the shelter," she screamed. Her face was young but haggard, her hair in victory rolls under a headscarf. "They're coming back around." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. This wasn't a dream. I could feel the rain still falling, mixing with the ash in the air. I could smell burning wood and something worse, burning flesh. There were bodies in the street, partially covered with rubble. Then, as suddenly as it had happened, I was back. Standing in the rain on a normal London street, cars passing by, people with umbrellas hurrying home from work. My legs gave out, and I sat down hard on the wet pavement, shaking uncontrollably. That night, I couldn't stop researching. Our building, our neighborhood, I needed to know its history, and I found it. During World War II, our area had been hit hard during the Blitz. Our very building had taken a direct hit in 1941. 14 people died that night, including a woman and her young son who lived in what was now our flat. There were eyewitness accounts from survivors and rescue workers describing the aftermath. "Bodies everywhere," one account read. A young lad, couldn't have been more than 8, still clutching his cap, and his mother nearby, reaching toward the window like she'd been trying to escape. I showed James the articles, the old photographs of our street reduced to rubble. "This explains everything," I said. "The woman by the window, the boy in the corner, they died here, James. They're still here." He didn't want to believe it. I don't blame him. Who would? But then he saw something too. He was in the shower the next morning when he yelled my name. I ran in to find him pressed against the tile wall, pointing at the empty bathroom. "There was a man," he gasped, "just standing there watching me, huge hands, Liv, like a laborer or something, and so sad, he looked so bloody sad." That was the turning point. We both knew something was happening in that flat, something we couldn't explain away with tired brains or old buildings. I'm not religious, never have been, but my grandmother was superstitious, taught me old ways to cleanse spaces. That weekend, we bought salt, white sage and candles. We opened every window despite the chill. We walked through each room, spreading salt in the corners, burning sage, and I spoke words I hadn't said since I was a child at my grandmother's knee. "This is not your home anymore," I said to the empty air. "But we honor your memory. We acknowledge your pain. You died in fear and confusion, but you're not trapped here. You can go now." I don't know why I said those specific words. They just came to me. As I spoke, the atmosphere in the flat changed. The heaviness lifted, like a storm cloud passing. The air felt lighter, cleaner somehow. That night, I had one final dream. The woman from the window stood at the foot of our bed, but she wasn't crying anymore. She smiled, nodded once, and faded away. Beside her, the little boy waved goodbye. We stayed in that flat for another month. No more apparitions, no more dreams, no more feeling of being watched. But I couldn't shake what had happened. Every time I passed the living room window, I thought of her. Every time I saw the corner of our bedroom, I remembered the boy's hollow eyes. We broke our lease, paid the penalty, and found a newer building across town. The estate agent probably thinks we're crazy. Maybe we are. Or maybe we just understood something that most people never have to face, that sometimes what seems like evil, like something trying to harm you, is actually just pain so deep and trauma so severe that it distorts everything around it. Those spirits weren't malevolent. They were lost, forgotten. They just wanted someone to acknowledge what happened to them, to see them. I still think about them sometimes. I hope they found peace. I hope they're not still there, waiting for the next tenants, trying to make themselves known. And sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear a woman's voice, not screaming now, but whispering, "Thank you." Story 22. I still get chills thinking about what happened last summer. I've been hesitant to share this anywhere because I'm afraid people will think I'm making it up or that I'm crazy. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I grew up in Millwood, one of those tiny towns that barely shows up on maps. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and there's not much for kids to do except explore the woods and make up games. My best friend Ethan lives on the other side of town, which means I have to either take the long way around using the main roads or cut through the old cemetery that sits in a clearing in the woods. That cemetery hasn't been used for burials since the 1970s, when they opened the new memorial gardens closer to town. My parents always told me to avoid the old cemetery, but you know how it is when you're 12. Forbidden places become the most interesting ones. Last July, I was at Ethan's house playing video games until it started getting dark. His mom offered to drive me home, but I said no thanks. It was summer vacation, and my curfew wasn't until 9 o'clock. Besides, taking the shortcut through the cemetery would get me home in 20 minutes tops. The path starts behind Ethan's neighborhood and winds through the woods for about half a mile before reaching the cemetery. I'd taken this route dozens of times before without any problems. The cemetery itself isn't that scary during the day. Just a bunch of old headstones, most of them so worn down you can't even read the names anymore. There's a small stream that runs along the western edge, with an old wooden footbridge crossing it. It was around 7:30 when I left Ethan's house. The sun was still up, but it was getting low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. I remember thinking I should hurry so I wouldn't have to navigate the woods in the dark. I had my phone with me, but the battery was almost dead from playing games all afternoon. The woods were quiet, except for the occasional bird call and the crunch of leaves under my sneakers. Nothing seemed unusual until I reached the cemetery. As soon as I stepped through the rusty iron gate, I felt different. It wasn't exactly fear, more like awareness, like when you feel someone watching you. I started walking faster, keeping to the main path that cut straight through the middle of the cemetery. The headstones looked more ominous than usual, their shadows stretching toward me like fingers. I kept my eyes forward, focused on the wooden bridge ahead that would take me across the stream and out the other side of the cemetery. When I reached the bridge, I started across it, my sneakers making loud, thumping sounds on the weathered planks. I was about halfway across when I saw them. On the other side of the bridge, coming toward me, was a funeral procession. I froze in place, squinting against the setting sun that was right in my eyes. At the front were 6 men in black suits carrying a small coffin, like child-sized. Behind them walked about 20 people, all dressed in black, heads bowed. My first thought was confusion. Who would hold a funeral at this time of day and in the abandoned cemetery? But then I figured maybe they were relatives of someone buried there, doing some kind of memorial service. I felt awkward standing there in my shorts and t-shirt while they were all dressed formally. Out of respect, I turned around and went back to the other side of the bridge. I took off my baseball cap and lowered my eyes as they approached, like my parents taught me to do at my grandfather's funeral last year. The strange thing was, as they got closer, I couldn't hear anything. No footsteps on the bridge, no whispered conversations, no crying, nothing. Complete silence. I kept my head down as they passed, not wanting to stare. From the corner of my eye, I could see the dark suits of the men carrying the coffin as they moved past me. I noticed their shoes, old-fashioned looking, polished black. I remember thinking they looked uncomfortable. After they passed, I turned to watch them continue down the path. That's when things started to feel wrong. Really wrong. First, they weren't stopping at any of the graves. They just kept walking straight through the cemetery toward the main gate. But if they weren't here for a burial or to visit a grave, why come to an abandoned cemetery with a coffin? Second, I suddenly realized there was no freshly dug grave. You can't just show up with a coffin and bury someone without preparing the site first, right? Third, and this was what made my skin crawl, despite crossing the same wooden bridge that had announced my every step with loud creaks and thumps, the entire funeral party had made no sound whatsoever, not a single footstep. I stood there, frozen, as my brain tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The procession was now about 50 feet away, still moving in that same silent, steady pace toward the cemetery entrance. "Hey!" I called out, my voice sounding way too loud in the quiet evening air. They didn't react. Not one head turned. That's when real fear hit me, the kind that makes your stomach drop and your legs go weak. Something was very wrong about these people. I spun around to look at the procession again, to convince myself they were real and not some trick of the light or my imagination. They were gone. Just gone. The path was empty. There was no way they could have exited the cemetery that quickly. The main gate was at least 200 yards away, and there was nowhere to hide among the sparse trees and low headstones. I stood there for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I kept blinking, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the procession was definitely gone. No people, no coffin, nothing. I don't remember deciding to run, but suddenly I was sprinting across the bridge, my feet pounding on the wooden planks. I ran faster than I ever had before, not daring to look back. I didn't stop until I reached the road on the other side of the woods. When I finally got home, I was sweaty and out of breath. My mom asked if I was okay, and I just mumbled something about racing myself home. I couldn't tell her what happened. She already thought I was too old to be making up stories. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those silent people in my mind, the small coffin, the way they vanished into thin air. I tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe they took a different path that I didn't notice. Maybe they were just regular people having some kind of ceremony, and I imagined the weird parts because I was tired. The next day, I called Ethan and asked him to come with me back to the cemetery. I didn't tell him why, just said I thought I saw something weird and wanted to check it out. He agreed, probably thinking we might find a dead animal or something equally interesting to a 12-year-old boy. We went in the middle of the day when everything looked normal and not scary at all. I led him to the bridge and explained what I'd seen. He laughed at first, thinking I was making up a ghost story, but stopped when he saw how serious I was. We walked around the entire cemetery, looking for any sign of a recent visit. Footprints, disturbed leaves, anything. We found nothing. The place looked exactly as it always had, neglected and forgotten. On our way out, something caught my eye. Near the main gate, partially hidden by tall grass, was an old information board I'd never noticed before. Most of it was weathered away, but there was a paragraph about the cemetery's history that was still legible. It said the cemetery was established in 1856 and was used primarily by the townspeople until 1923, when a new cemetery was opened closer to town. The last part is what made my blood run cold. It mentioned that in the summer of 1911 there was a diphtheria outbreak that killed several children in town. They were buried in a special section of the cemetery after a joint funeral procession. I went to the library the next day and looked through old newspaper archives. It took hours, but I finally found a small article from July 19, 1911. It described a funeral procession for 6 children who died in the outbreak. The article mentioned that the procession crossed Mill Creek, the stream that runs by the cemetery, at sunset, and that the children were buried in small coffins carried by the town's leading men. July 19th. The same date I had been at the cemetery. I've told myself a million times that it was just a coincidence, that my mind was playing tricks on me, or that I fell asleep at Ethan's house and dreamed the whole thing. But deep down, I know what I saw. I've never taken the shortcut through the cemetery again. I don't care if it takes an extra 20 minutes to go around. Some shortcuts aren't worth taking. Sometimes at night I still see them in my mind. Those silent figures carrying that small coffin, walking endlessly toward a destination they'll never reach. And I wonder if they'll keep appearing every July 19th, forever trapped in their silent procession. I don't know if anyone will believe this story. I barely believe it myself. But I swear on everything that matters to me, this happened exactly as I've described it, and I still have no explanation for what I saw that day at the bridge. Story 23. My wife and I have always been interested in historical buildings, not the ghost hunting type. We're more into architecture and the stories behind these old places. So when I heard about Hot Lake Hotel in Eastern Oregon being restored and reopened as a bed and breakfast, I thought it would make for a perfect weekend getaway for our 10th anniversary. The photos online showed this gorgeous brick building next to a steaming lake, and the history about it being this famous early 20th century health resort seemed fascinating. I booked us a room for 2 nights in August. My wife was excited. She's a nurse, and the building's history as a hospital particularly interested her. We made the 4-hour drive from Portland, arriving around 4 in the afternoon. The place was even more impressive in person. This massive 3-story brick structure sitting right at the edge of the hot springs with steam rising all around it. The lake itself gave off this constant mist that made the whole area feel somewhat dreamlike. The woman at reception was polite, but strangely brief when showing us around. I remember asking about the building's history, and she just gave us this rehearsed spiel about it being built in 1908 and renovated recently. When I mentioned I'd read about it being a sanatorium, she just nodded and quickly moved on to telling us about breakfast hours. In hindsight, her nervousness should have been my first warning. Our room was on the 2nd floor, with windows overlooking the hot springs. It was beautifully renovated with period furniture, but something felt heavy about it. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the moment we stepped inside, my wife commented on how cold it felt despite the August heat outside. I checked the thermostat, which read 72 degrees, but it definitely felt colder. We settled in and went exploring around the property. The building is only partially occupied by the B&B. Large sections remain unrestored. The owner, who introduced himself during our walk, explained they were slowly working to restore the entire building. He mentioned some areas were off limits because of structural concerns. Like the receptionist, he seemed eager to change the subject when I asked about the building's past as a hospital and asylum. He did mention that they had preserved the old theater where patients once watched movies, and we could check it out if we wanted. After dinner, at a restaurant in nearby La Grande, we returned around 8. The hotel felt different at night, quieter, more imposing. We decided to explore the building a bit more before turning in. The hallways were dimly lit with these vintage-style lamps that cast long shadows. The place wasn't trying to be spooky. It was just old, with creaky floors and that distinct smell that never leaves century-old buildings. We found our way to the theater, which was on the ground floor. It was a simple room with rows of chairs facing a small stage area. Nothing particularly remarkable, but standing in that space, I suddenly felt a wave of sadness wash over me. My wife felt it too. She squeezed my hand and whispered that we should head back to our room. As we walked back through the corridor, I swear I heard piano music coming from somewhere. It was faint, like someone practicing scales, but when we followed the sound to what appeared to be a sitting room, there was nobody there, just an old upright piano sitting in the corner. My wife suggested it might be a recording played for ambiance, but we couldn't find any speakers or music system. Back in our room, we got ready for bed. Around 11, I was almost asleep when I heard what sounded like shuffling footsteps in the hallway outside our door. I figured it was just other guests, but the footsteps stopped right outside our room. I waited for someone to knock or move on, but the silence stretched uncomfortably. After about a minute, I got up to check the peephole. There was nobody there. I tried to fall back asleep, but around midnight, I was jolted awake by what sounded like a child laughing. It was brief, just a quick giggle that seemed to come from inside our bathroom. My wife was sound asleep. I lay there listening but heard nothing more. I eventually convinced myself it was just a dream and drifted back to sleep. The real trouble started around 3 in the morning. I woke to the sound of my wife sitting bolt upright in bed, breathing heavily. "Someone's in the room," she whispered, clutching my arm. I looked around, but saw nothing in the darkness. "It was probably just a dream," I told her, but even as I said it, I felt that same heaviness in the air that I'd noticed when we first arrived, only now it was much more intense. "I felt someone touch my face," she insisted, "like fingers brushing my cheek." I turned on the bedside lamp. The room was empty, but it was freezing cold. My breath actually fogged in front of my face. It was August in eastern Oregon. There's no way the temperature should have dropped that low. We both sat there, not speaking, just listening, and that's when we heard it. A low, raspy breathing sound coming from the corner of the room. I aimed the lamp in that direction, but there was nothing there. Just as I was about to get up and check, the lamp flickered and went out. In the sudden darkness, I heard my wife gasp. "Do you smell that?" she asked. I did. It was the unmistakable smell of antiseptic, like the sharp, clean scent of a hospital. Mixed with it was another smell I couldn't immediately identify, something acrid and unpleasant. "It smells like burned flesh," my wife whispered. With her nursing background, she would know. That's when we heard the moaning. It wasn't loud, but it seemed to come from all around us. A low, pained sound, like someone suffering. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight, but before I could turn it on, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck. I jerked away, nearly falling out of bed. My wife was frozen beside me. "I can see someone," she said, her voice trembling. "In the corner. A man in white clothes." I couldn't see anything, but the hair on my arms stood on end. I finally got my phone on and swept the light around the room. There was nothing there, but as the light passed over the bathroom door, I saw it was now slightly ajar. I'm certain it had been closed when we went to bed. "We need to leave," I said. But as I moved to get up, the moaning suddenly stopped, replaced by a sound that made my blood run cold. The metallic clink of surgical instruments. My wife heard it too. "That sounds like..." She trailed off. "Like what?" I asked, although I was afraid I knew the answer. "Like the instrument tray in an operating room." That was it. I grabbed our car keys and told my wife we were getting out right now. We didn't even bother changing out of our pajamas. As we hurriedly put on our shoes, I glanced at the bathroom door, which had opened wider on its own. Just as we were about to head for the door, we heard a piercing scream echo through the building. Not from our room, but from somewhere below us. It wasn't the scream of someone startled or frightened. It was the harrowing cry of someone in agony. We bolted into the hallway, which was pitch black except for the faint emergency exit signs. As we rushed toward the stairs, I distinctly heard footsteps behind us, quick shuffling steps that didn't match our pace. I didn't look back. The stairwell was even darker. As we descended, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing on the landing below, the silhouette of an elderly woman. But when we reached the spot, there was nobody there. The lobby was deserted at that hour. We rushed out the front doors into the cool night air, not stopping until we reached our car. As I fumbled with the keys, my wife suddenly grabbed my arm. "Look," she whispered, pointing back at the hotel. I turned and felt my heart drop. In a second-floor window, not our room, but one a few windows down, stood a figure. Even from the parking lot, I could make out what appeared to be a man in a white coat staring down at us. As we watched, two more figures appeared in windows on either side of him. I finally got the car started and we peeled out of the parking lot. We drove all the way to Baker City before finding a motel where we spent the rest of the night. Neither of us slept. In the morning light, we debated whether to go back for our things. Eventually, I called the hotel and explained that we'd had a family emergency and needed to leave suddenly. The woman who answered sounded unsurprised. She said they'd pack our belongings and hold them at reception. When we returned around noon, the hotel looked completely normal. Just a historic building in daylight with a few tourists wandering the grounds. The receptionist had our bags ready and didn't ask any questions about our abrupt departure. As we were leaving, an older maintenance man who was fixing something in the lobby struck up a conversation. When I mentioned we'd stayed on the second floor, he gave me an odd look. "Room 214?" he asked. When I nodded, he sighed. "That used to be part of the operating theatre back when this was a hospital. Dr. Fye did most of his surgeries right there." Before I could respond, the receptionist called sharply to the maintenance man, who quickly excused himself. As we left, I looked back one last time and saw them engaged in what appeared to be a heated discussion. On the drive home, my wife finally told me what had woken her in the night. She said she dreamed she was lying on a cold metal table while people in masks stood over her. She felt paralyzed, unable to move as they prepared to cut into her. That's when she felt the touch on her face, like someone checking to see if she was fully unconscious. It's been 6 months, and I still get chills thinking about that night. I've researched the hotel's history since then and discovered the fire in 1934 that destroyed much of the original building, the years it spent as an asylum, and the numerous accounts of paranormal activity reported there. I learned about the gardener who hanged himself, the burned boy seen playing on the upper floors, and the countless patients who died within those walls. I don't know what we experienced that night, whether it was the restless spirits of former patients, the echoes of surgeries performed long ago, or something else entirely, but whatever presence inhabits Hot Lake Hotel, it made one thing very clear. Some guests are welcome to stay, and others are not. Story 24. I still have a hard time talking about my time at the Capital City Theatre, even after all these years. It's been over 15 years since I quit that security job, but the things I saw there, they still keep me up some nights. It was back in 2006, and I had just gotten hired as a police security officer in Salt Lake City. I was pretty excited about it. Decent pay, benefits, and it felt like a good stepping stone to eventually becoming a full-fledged police officer. My first assignment was at the Capital City Theatre, this massive old building from the early 1900s. Beautiful place, all ornate moldings and fancy architecture, but man, if I had known what was waiting for me there. My first day, I met my partner Morgan Matthews. Dude was in his 50s, totally no-nonsense type with this perpetual scowl. He'd been doing security for like 20 years and had that seen-it-all attitude. "Murphy, right?" he said when we met, barely looking up from his clipboard. "Dave Murphy?" I nodded, trying to look professional in my new uniform. "Follow me, I'll show you the ropes." Morgan wasn't much for small talk. He took me through the building, showing me the control room where we monitored the security cameras, the main auditorium, the offices, and all the nooks and crannies of this massive place. "We do rounds twice a day," he explained as we headed down to the basement. "Once when we start our shift, once before we leave. Check every door, every window, every room, no exceptions." The basement was this maze of old storage rooms, a maintenance area, and some abandoned offices. It was freezing down there, even though it was summer outside. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on my shoulders. "This place gives me the creeps," I admitted. Morgan just grunted. You'll get used to it. But I never did. My first week was pretty uneventful. I learned the rounds, got familiar with the building, and started to feel like I had a handle on things. Then, during my first solo inspection, Morgan was monitoring the cameras. I was on the third floor checking the bathrooms when I heard it. A loud slam that echoed through the hallway. One of the bathroom doors had shut itself. Hard. I froze, my hand halfway to my flashlight. The hallway was completely empty except for me. "Hello," I called out, feeling stupid. No answer. I pushed the bathroom door open carefully, shining my light inside. Nothing. Empty stalls, empty sinks, not a soul in sight. I checked everywhere. Behind the doors, in each stall, even looked up at the ceiling. Don't ask me why. Nobody could have left without me seeing them. When I told Morgan about it later, he just shrugged. Old building drafts. But there hadn't been any draft. I know what a draft feels like. About a week later, we were both in the control room when the lights in the east corridor suddenly turned on. We could see it on the monitor. The hallway going from dark to fully lit in an instant. "Did you see that?" I asked, pointing at the screen. Morgan leaned forward, frowning. "Nobody's scheduled to be in that section today." We both headed down to check it out. The lights were definitely on, but the hallway was empty. As we stood there, confused, a door at the far end slowly creaked open about 6 inches, then stopped. I looked at Morgan. His face had gone pale. "Drafts, huh?" I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out shaky. "Let's check it out," he muttered. But I could tell he was rattled. The room behind the door was empty, just an old storage space with some props from past shows. No windows open, no vents that could have caused a draft strong enough to push that heavy door. A few days later, Morgan was doing the evening rounds alone while I watched the cameras. He had his radio with him, and I heard his breathing getting faster as he reached the basement. "Dave?" His voice crackled through the radio. "You hear that?" "Hear what?" I asked. "Sounds like whispering, coming from the boiler room." I switched the camera view, but the basement cameras were old and grainy. I could barely make out Morgan's figure moving toward the boiler room door. "I don't hear anything on the feed," I told him. "Be careful." There was silence for a minute, then, "Jesus Christ." "What?" I nearly shouted into the radio. "What is it?" "Smoke," he said, his voice tight. I smelled smoke, like something burning. I was already up and heading for the basement, taking the stairs 2 at a time. By the time I got there, Morgan was standing in the middle of the boiler room looking confused. "It's gone," he said when he saw me. "The smell, it's completely gone. But I swear to God, Dave, it smelled like something was burning down here, like hair and fabric and..." He trailed off, shaking his head. "We checked the boiler, checked all the electrical panels, checked everything. Nothing was overheating, nothing was burned, nothing could have caused that smell." That's when I started asking around. There was this accountant who'd worked at the theater for years, Janet, who seemed friendly enough. I caught her in the break room one day and casually brought up the weird occurrences. "Oh, you've been experiencing things too?" she said, lowering her voice even though we were alone. "It happens to all of us. Last month I was working late and the elevator started going up and down by itself. No one was in it. I checked the security cameras afterward. And my file cabinets, they close by themselves sometimes. I'll be sitting at my desk and bang, the drawer just slams shut." I felt a chill run down my spine. "How long has this been going on?" She shrugged. "As long as I've worked here, 10 years at least." I didn't want to believe it. I'm not the type who goes for ghost stories or supernatural stuff. There had to be a logical explanation. Old wiring, uneven foundation, something. So I brought my buddy Greg in one evening after hours. He's an engineer, super rational guy. I figured he could find some logical explanations. Big mistake. We were in the main auditorium when a door at the back slammed shut so hard the whole room seemed to shake. Greg jumped about a foot in the air. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. We both watched as the door handle started rattling violently, like someone was trying to get in or out. This went on for maybe 15 seconds, then stopped abruptly. Greg walked over to the door and opened it. Empty hallway. He examined the door, the frame, the hinges. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "The door is perfectly balanced. There's no way it could slam like that on its own." After that night, the theater management finally agreed to upgrade the security system. They installed better cameras, including some with night vision capabilities. That's when things got really freaky. Morgan was on the night shift, monitoring the new cameras, when he called me at home around 1 in the morning. "Dave, you need to see this footage," he said, his voice shaking. I can't explain it." I came in the next morning, and he showed me what he'd recorded. The night vision camera in the auditorium had picked up something moving across the stage around 12:30. It was, I don't even know how to describe it, a shape, vaguely human, but blurry and distorted. It moved in a way that wasn't quite right, like it was floating a few inches above the ground. The figure stopped center stage and seemed to look directly at the camera. Even through the grainy footage, there was something terrifying about the way it stared, like it knew it was being watched. Then it just moved upward, disappearing into the ceiling. "Tell me that's a glitch," I said, my mouth dry. "Tell me that's just interference or something." Morgan just shook his head. "I've been doing this job for 20 years. I've seen every kind of camera glitch there is. That's not a glitch." That night was my last shift. I was doing my final rounds before clocking out, dreading the basement check, but knowing I had to do it. As I approached the bottom of the stairs, I heard it, the soft, delicate notes of a piano. There was an old upright piano in one of the basement storage rooms. It was out of tune and missing keys, hadn't been played in decades. But the music I heard was clear and perfect. My legs felt like lead as I forced myself to walk toward the sound. The storage room door was ajar, and through the crack I could see the piano. The keys were moving by themselves, pressing down one by one to create a melancholy tune I didn't recognize. I stood there, frozen, watching those keys move, with no one sitting at the bench. Then suddenly, all the keys slammed down at once, creating a discordant crash that echoed through the basement. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran up those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life, grabbed my stuff from the control room, and left. Didn't even wait for my replacement to show up. The next day, both Morgan and I requested transfers. The department was surprised, 2 officers asking to leave the same post on the same day, but they didn't give us much grief about it. Our replacement was this older guy, Josh Thomas, a veteran officer, just a few years from retirement. I felt bad not telling him what he was walking into, but what was I supposed to say? "Hey, watch out for the ghost," Josh called me on his first day. "Murphy, did you know this place is haunted?" I should have lied, should have laughed it off, but instead I asked, "What did you see?" "Nothing much, just doors opening and lights flickering. But there's something off about this place. I can feel it. I don't know why I did it, but I offered to come in and help him with his first night shift. Maybe I thought strength in numbers would help, or maybe I needed to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined everything. That was the worst night of my life. Around 11, we were checking the auditorium when the temperature dropped suddenly. I could see my breath in front of my face. Josh saw it too. His eyes went wide. "What the hell?" he whispered. Then we both saw it, standing at the back of the auditorium, a figure, tall and thin, with skin that looked wrong, burned. Its eyes were sunken deep into its skull, and its mouth was open in what looked like a silent scream. We both reached for our weapons instinctively, but what good would guns do against whatever this was? The figure vanished, then reappeared instantly at the edge of the stage, much closer to us. Its movements weren't human, too fast, too jerky. It stared at us for what felt like an eternity, then simply faded away, like someone was turning down its opacity until it disappeared completely. Josh and I didn't speak. We just left, locked up, and sat in his car for an hour, trying to process what we'd seen. The next day, I started researching the history of the Capital City Theatre. It didn't take long to find it. A major fire in the 1940s started in the basement. Most people got out, but one man didn't make it. A maintenance worker trapped in the basement. According to the old newspaper articles, his body was found near the boiler room, burned beyond recognition. I quit that job for good after that night. So did Josh. I don't know who they got to replace us, and honestly, I don't want to know. I still avoid driving past the Capital City Theatre. Some nights, I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear piano music coming from somewhere inside my house, and sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a tall, thin figure with burned skin and sunken eyes.